at the same time. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Cyber and Privacy Day 2024 with us here at PwC. It's the second year we are hosting the Cyber and Privacy Day, and we are delighted that so many have chosen to spend the day with us, both you here in the room, but also on the link. Now we're supposed to wave to our office in Gothenburg and Malmö, where we have a lot of people sitting, and of course, those of you are joining us digitally. Thank you so much for taking your time. Before we start, safety first. There are no planned fire drills today. So if the alarms go off, we need to evacuate. You have the emergency exit here and here and here, and in the back where you came in. The assembly point is up here in Vasaparken. There's also, so you know, a defibrillator. We had talked about how you pronounce that name, a heart starter out here in the reception, and you are in safe hand with the event team.
The two of us have once again been given the great honor of hosting this day. Unfortunately, my day job is not to host these types of events. I work with privacy and AI in our legal and forensic team here at PwC. And unlike last year, I'm not 150 months pregnant, so that's good. I think my feet are going to feel a lot better after this day than they did last year. I just got back from maternity leave, so this is the perfect way for me to kick off my work career again.
Yeah, it's great to have you back, Hannah. My name is Måns Liljenlov. I'm the head of employee branding at PwC. I have the super fun and very challenging job to find around 1,000 new colleagues this year. So that is what I do, but I'm not standing on the stage moderating.
Yes, and a lot of things have happened since last year that makes this day even more relevant than it was a year ago. Sweden has joined NATO, the AI Act has been approved, hospital records have been leaked and put up on darknet for sale. Tietoevry had a big ransomware attack which affected a lot of their customers recently. We also have the insurance company Trygg-Hansa in Sweden, who were just fined 35 million Swedish crowns for a security breach that led to, I think, 650 customers of theirs had their personal data leaked up on the internet. Needless to say, we have a lot to talk about today.
Exactly. And what are we going to focus on today? So this is the agenda. As you can see, we're going to talk about AI, how it's function as an enabler, how data-driven approaches prevent IT attacks, regulations, and so on. And we believe that we have something here that provides both inspiration and knowledge. And throughout the day, we would love to have your participation. We want your comments, questions, reflections, what you hear here on stage, and we will use this tool, Slido.com. So now is the time to scan the QR code, go into Slido.com, and use the code Slido, because the questions will end up here with me and Hannah, and we will bring them into the program.
I think the code PwC.
And what did I say?
Slido.
Oh, sorry. Slide PwC, of course. Thanks, Anna.
Exactly. So this is the place to send in your questions, comments, and reflections throughout the day, especially for our keynote speakers. And we've activated a question for you already that just to get you acquainted with the tool. So please, when you've entered Slido, go in and answer the question, what is your job title?
And you can see here, it's a lot of different...
A lot of risk officers.
Yeah. Security ninja. And now everybody knows how Slido works, so that's a good sign as well. But Hannah, we saw just briefly the agenda, but you know it by heart. What are you looking for the most with this day?
If I have to pick one thing, I would say my panel that I'm moderating this afternoon, where we're going to talk about how to build a digitally sustainable and ethical business, considering privacy and cybersecurity, while also turning a profit. We have some really good speakers coming to discuss that with me, so I'm very excited. So what do you look forward to?
Your panel, of course, but also all the external guests that will come here up on stage and share their knowledge. It's always inspiring and good to hear other perspectives. And we like to thank all the participants here in advance. We can give them a round of applause. And as a thank you, Thank you for taking your time. We have made a donation in their names to an organization called Rätt Kurva, right curve maybe in English, and it's a crime prevention initiative that we support here at the PwC, and they aim to reduce the recruitment of children into criminal gangs. And this donation support the continued commitment to increase social responsibility and well-functioned society. We should also say thank you, of course, to our partners who are here today. You maybe saw them outside. You have plenty of time to talk to them during the day. SailPoint, CyberArk, and Microsoft.
Well, let's kick off the program then. So it's safe to say that our first keynote speaker is the hardest working man in privacy. He's a data scientist with a law degree. He's ranked in the top 75 influencers on the development of privacy and data protection in the world, and he actively lobbies for stricter privacy protection laws. He's also an expert advisor to the European Commission as well as the European Data Protection Board. Please welcome Alexander Hanf.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here for this event. I've known Hannah and her team for some time now, so it's nice to be here in Stockholm. I live about an hour and a half north. I do work very hard, as Hannah has said. So AI, for me, has become a very useful tool. But at the same time, it also comes with some serious problems with regards to how we use AI. So the purpose of my presentation today is going to be looking at responsible use of AI and some of the issues that we need to consider when we're deploying AI solutions throughout our work environments or our personal environments. As you can see, I've had some fun with AI here. These cute little robots were generated on my laptop, not on ChatGPT or any other external tool, but on an internal, local Stable Diffusion model, which runs on my laptop. So I don't have to worry about any of my data going out anywhere else. It's completely self-contained and self-hosted. There'll be all of the images within this presentation were generated with AI over the past couple of days. So AI is everywhere. For the past probably 18 months to 2 years now, we've seen a situation largely because of OpenAI and the launch of ChatGPT, where AI has literally taken over the discussion on Web3, which was the dominant discussion at the time when OpenAI launched ChatGPT. Now nobody thinks about the metaverse, nobody thinks about blockchain, everybody's thinking about AI. And when I say it's everywhere, we're talking about lots of different uses of AI. So we have large language models, which are the type of system which are produced by OpenAI with regards to ChatGPT. These are pattern recognition systems, if you like, which have been trained on massive amounts of public data from the internet, which it has its own controversial issues, and is useful for summarizing text, for creating new text, et cetera, et cetera. We also have sentiment models, which go slightly deeper into these types of circumstances, where they look at the sentiment or the tone of a particular set of text or audio or video, et cetera, used for detecting emotions, et cetera. We have text-to-image models, which I use for generating this cute little robot that you can see down here in the bottom right corner. We have text-to-video models. There's a big push at the moment for text-to-video. Again, OpenAI dominating this space with Sora, but some new models, open source models coming out along this space as well. Image-to-image models. This is where we take an existing image and we alter it with AI. That could be for the purpose of increasing the resolution, for example, by scaling that up. Which is what I did with these models to keep the processing time low. I generated very low resolution images of around 500 by 600 pixels and then scaled them up using AI to what is a perfect scaled up copy. We see these types of systems utilized on television sets, for example. If you have a smart TV, most of them nowadays are upscaling content from 4K to 8K if you have an 8K TV, or from standard definition to 4K. Or from HD to 4K. So these models have been around for a while already, but they've become publicly available in the recent past. Text-to-audio models are a big concern at the moment because we've seen a situation where people's voices can be cloned by AI with just a couple of seconds of audio. So then by using a text-to-audio model, we can make people say what they, or make it seem people are saying something that they're not necessarily saying. This has been used very successfully along with deepfakes, for example, for extortion, for money laundering, for fraud, for example, sending video calls to employees, pretending to be somebody higher up within the organization and ordering them to transfer money to a certain account. So this has become a big problem as well. It's also been used in political situations for deepfakes. And then we have image-to-video models, which is where we take a photograph and we transfer that into something which is a live moving video. These have been used for various things, such as bringing people back from the dead. If you have a photograph of your old grandmother, for example, you can bring her back to life and have her talk to you in a way which seems realistic. She won't necessarily have the same tone to her language, etc., but physically speaking, it will look like you're talking to your long-lost relative. So, are they really intelligent? Okay, so we call these models artificial intelligence, but are they intelligent? And as a computer scientist, I would argue, no, they're not intelligent. They're simulators. So we feed these models, and most of these models are based on natural language processing. So we give them information, and we expect them to return information based on what we tell them. And because of the way these models work, it's effectively like a toddler who's just learned new words. They will use these words in completely inappropriate contexts, as I'm sure Hannah will soon become aware of with her recent arrival, which doesn't make any sense to adults, but to the child it makes sense because it's the information that they've picked up as they've been going around their daily lives. So they're not really intelligent. They don't understand the context, they don't understand the meaning of the words they're saying. They're just repeating the things that they've picked up from other people in their social environments. And this is exactly how LLMs work, which is why we have what we call hallucinations. Now, I'm sure you've all heard of hallucinations, right? This is where we talk to an LLM, we give it some prompt, and it comes back with information which is completely inaccurate. So, for example, ChatGPT, when it first launched about 18 months ago, I managed to avoid using it for a long time, a good couple of months, because I didn't want to get caught up in the hype. I wanted to research the technologies first. As at the time, I had already founded a generative AI company which was creating synthetic data for the purpose of protecting personal data. So being able to provide companies with data they can use for analytics, for modeling, etc., which wasn't real personal data, synthetic data generated by AI. So it's an area that I was already heavily interested in. So when OpenAI launched ChatGPT, it was clear that this was going to be a game changer, as I'm sure you're all aware now. It seems to be in everybody's lives at some aspect or another. But they're not really intelligent, right? So when I asked ChatGPT, please tell me who is Alexander Hanf, and this was the first prompt I'd ever used with ChatGPT. And ChatGPT came back and told me everything about me, where I was born, when I was born. It got some of the details wrong, and that I died in 2019. Okay, which is rather odd for me because clearly I was alive and well and was talking to ChatGPT. So I asked it to give me some more details of my death because naturally, if one dies, one would be curious as to how one died, right? So I asked ChatGPT, well, how did I die? And I said, well, I'm just a large language model. I don't know how you died. I just have this information from obituaries at various news outlets. I said, okay, well, which news outlets? So it sent me a link to the Register. It sent me a link to the Guardian, which apparently had obituaries about me passing away in 2019. So I clicked on these links, and sure enough, there was nothing there. These were fake links. They'd just been made up by the LLM. And this was a very clear example of a hallucination. Now, many of you may think this is quite funny. I wrote a long article on this on the Register about why this is problematic. To me, it was amusing. To you, it's probably amusing. But if we think about how over the past 50 years, we've been increasingly trained to trust what technology tells us, right? So when we go and use a computer, we expect that the information we retrieve back from these applications that we use is going to be accurate and trustworthy. It's how we've been taught to use technology, and technology is increasingly encroached on our lives and impacts everything that we do. So it's not so much the fact that the LLM or ChatGPT was hallucinating that was the problem. It was more about what happens from that point forward, right? So if we're talking about a HR company, for example, who's going through resumes for a job, and I apply for that job, and that HR or that recruitment agency is using something like ChatGPT to vet the applications, and ChatGPT comes back and says to them, well, this person doesn't exist. This person's dead. They died in 2019, right? So I'm no longer going to be considered for that job, which is problematic in itself. But then imagine if I'm applying for a mortgage or a bank loan, and they use a similar system, and then that system comes back and says I'm dead, I'm going to be investigated by the police potentially for identity theft, right, or for fraud. So there are very serious consequences in how we use the information that we get back from these models. And if we don't use the information responsibly, if we don't understand that actually the computer isn't giving us facts, it's just giving us what it considers to be a relevant pattern as a response based on the input that you gave it. So it goes through its training, through its neural network, and it says, right, well, when I've come across this information in the past, this is normally how the text is presented, right? So it doesn't understand the context. It doesn't understand what it means for me to be dead. It just understands that sometimes people die, and when you look them up, this is the type of information that you see. And that when somebody dies, normally there's no obituary, and these obituaries are normally posted in news and media sites or in newspapers. So this is exactly what ChatGPT did when it was talking about me. And when it wasn't able to verify something to me, it doubled down. So it made up fake links to obituaries, which were supposed to be about me dying, and obviously didn't exist. So this is just one example of how we can use AI the wrong way, how this can impact people's lives, how this can cause discrimination and prejudice, how this can in fact impact people's opportunities. This is why under the GDPR, for example, we have a general prohibition on automated decision-making with legal or other similar effects, as you probably are aware of under Article 22, or 21, 22, somewhere around there. Precisely because when we have systems making automated decisions about individuals, it can have a profound impact on those individuals with regards to discrimination, et cetera, et cetera. So are they really intelligent? No. They're very good at creating patterns based on patterns that they've observed, whether that be patterns for images, whether that be patterns for video, whether that be patterns for text. But they're not intelligent. They don't understand what they're doing. They're merely outputting stuff based on the input and based on the things that they learned about how that input is normally responded to, right? Will they take over the world? Okay, so again, it's a slightly darker tone now. This image in the background I created, again, with a stable diffusion model on my laptop. So it wasn't using any third-party service. And it's supposed to depict a robot war where they've taken over the world and destroyed all mankind. So I think it did a pretty good job. There's some obvious artifacts in there and some parts of the robots which aren't really recognizable. But you get the general impression that this is quite a dystopian landscape, right? Not something that we would like to be in our present world. So are they going to take over the world? Well, we've already decided that they're not intelligent. So the chances of them taking over the world is actually very slim. We don't need to worry at the moment about these robots or these artificial intelligence models becoming sentient and making decisions. We haven't reached what we call AGI yet, which is artificial general intelligence, which is the ultimate goal where we have machines that are able to think for themselves and make decisions for themselves and design more efficient machines and more efficient machines and more efficient machines. So if you look back at some of, I think it's Max Tegel, he did a book on AI, where he opens his book talking about an AI model which has been generated in secret and suddenly gains AGI. And the consequences of that is very rapidly the AI model upgrades itself and keeps upgrading itself. Eventually, it is able to take on work under the Turk system that Amazon have in their marketplace, where people bid for work. It takes on all these jobs. It's able to do these jobs very, very quickly, accumulate massive amounts of wealth, which can then reinvest into more hardware to improve its upgrades and improve its performance, and go on and go on and go on. And within a period of just a couple of months, this AI, this AGI, has effectively taken over the world, because it controls all the money, it controls all the markets, and as a result of that, it controls all the politics, right? Because money is power, and power is what determines our politics. So are they going to take over the world currently? No, but if we do reach AGI, we're going to have to make sure that we have very serious safeguards in place to prevent these AIs from breaking out of their boxes, which is exactly what happened in the example I've just given, to make sure that they are contained so that we have some form of control over them. So my little robot just burnt there because he wasn't very happy about these big robots. So no, they're not going to take over the world. We don't have to worry about that. So what's the problem? We're the problem. The problem isn't the technology. The problem is how we use technology. This image in the background, although is quite disturbing, depicts a very real situation where Amazon Alexa, based on information it was pulling from the internet, was telling children to put pennies onto plug sockets, which is a very dangerous thing, can cause electrocution and death for the child. Obviously, in this image, I've got them using a fork because it was a lot easier to get the AI to generate an image of a kid sticking a fork in a socket than a penny into a socket. But it gives you an understanding of the potential issues that we have here, where we deploy these technologies. So if you look at things like the AI assistants that we have in our homes, in our offices, the Siris, the Alexas, the Googles, etc., they pull information directly from the internet. And therefore, if there's something which is particularly trending at the time, this can be pulled into the responses that they give, because it's the first things that they come up based on the searches that they do online. And in this particular case, there was a trending game on TikTok for kids to be pushing pennies into plug sockets. A very dangerous game and was clearly not appropriate. But because it was trending, it got picked up by Amazon Alexa and was given these responses out. Fortunately, the mother of the child was in the room at the time and heard the response and managed to stop it, and it made headlines around the world and was a very big issue. But these are the issues that we have when we deploy technologies in a way where we haven't fully considered the risks and we haven't vetted what the consequences of those risks might be or put in any form of mitigation. So it's not so much a case of the AI is the problem, it's how we're using it. As I said before, if I'm dead based on AI, and I'm applying for certain things in society, such as a mortgage, such as a job, etc., then the consequences of that can be very significant on me. They won't necessarily be significant on anybody else or on the company that I'm trying to apply for a job for, other than the fact that they wouldn't get my extremely high talent. But it does have a direct impact on me, and it will have a direct impact on each of you if you're in the same situation. How many people in the room have asked ChatGPT to explain who they are? Because we've all searched for ourselves on Google, right? So I presume a lot of people have asked ChatGPT to tell them about themselves. Were the responses you got back accurate? Put your hand up if they were accurate. Semi-accurate. Put your hand up if they were inaccurate. Put your hand up if they were completely laughable. Okay, this is good. Okay, so we see this all the time. We see stories about people who are professors or highly recommended writers and authors coming back and saying that they've been told they've written books or papers, etc., that they've never had anything to do with. We also have other issues around copyright. So, for example, Google just yesterday were fined 250 million euros in France this is the first copyright claim against the training of AI. So the problem was that they trained AI on personal data without any legal basis and without any transparency to the individuals to whom that data related. So as a result of that, they've been fined 250 million. But if we look at some of the other countries around the world, so for example in Japan, they've excluded copyright when it comes to training of AI. If we look at the US, there's been attempts in the US to bring cases for copyright infringement by authors. They're facing a struggle at the moment too. Several of these cases have already been struck down. So we have an issue with copyright, the fact that the data is trained on material without the knowledge of the owners of the intellectual property that relates to those material. We have an issue with personal data being processed in ways which is not known by the individuals to whom that relates and whom never given any consent or even been made aware that their data is being used in this way. So we have a situation currently in Italy with the Data Protection Authority there, currently investigating OpenAI. This has been an ongoing investigation since they banned OpenAI's ChatGPT a couple of years back. For temporarily, they then lifted the ban because certain safeguards have been put in place, but they continued their investigation into the issues around privacy and the training on personal data. We're expecting a response from the Italians imminently. This could happen today, it could happen in 3 weeks' time, but certainly they're getting to the point now where they're ready to issue an enforcement notice against OpenAI. And we're going to see these types of issues increase. I myself have filed multiple complaints against OpenAI for algorithmic defamation, for saying that I'm dead when I'm not, which is obviously a problem for me, and various other issues around the training of data. And we had an FTC notice, a memo from the FTC recently, a couple of weeks back, where they explained that using personal data for training of AI and simply quietly changing the terms and conditions in your contracts would not be accepted by the FTC. This would be considered as misleading because you're not being transparent and meeting your obligations of transparency with the people to whom that data relates. We've seen Reddit just go IPO yesterday, I believe, for around $5.6 billion, Just before they announced that they were going to go IPO, they also announced that they just signed a deal with Google to use all of the data on the Reddit platform to train Google's AI Bard and various other things. So there's a massive gold rush at the moment where companies, particularly news publishers, are seeking to make deals with AI companies to train on their data. And a lot of that data is personal data that isn't actually their data, right? So we're going to see a lot of law and a lot of legal cases over the next 3 to 5 years surrounding these types of technologies and the models that we're creating. So the problem isn't the technology, the problem is us and how we use the technology. We need to make sure that we're mitigating risks. We need to make sure that we're considering bias. We need to make sure that if we're using external systems, whether or not those systems are likely to face legal challenges and if those legal challenges are going to be successful. If you're a business and you put all your eggs into the basket of OpenAI and you start investing heavily into developing or retraining models in order to be able to do certain things within your business, and all of a sudden those models are disgorged as a result of a legal action, what happens to your investment? You can't suddenly claw that back. So we need to be very careful and do our due diligence on the types of training that these models have been trained on, and also the types of data within the training for these models, and making sure that we have at least some confidence that the models will remain for the long term, as opposed to being stripped through legal action. We also need to be very much aware of bias. As we know, there are significant issues with bias in AI. The old adage in computer terminology is crap in, crap out. That's the polite way of saying it. So if the data going in is not very good quality, then the data coming out is going to be particularly poor quality as well. And we can, again, go back to the example of the children sticking pennies in the socket. The data was coming from the internet, and that data was particularly bad in this case, but was trending. And we see this more and more with algorithms on social media where bad data or bad media is being promoted over good media because it's trending, it becomes viral or anecdotal and becomes a problem from that perspective. So we need to make sure that the data we're using is ethical, that we don't have bias introduced into that data. For example, if we look at various examples over the past couple of years, Google introducing search, which was producing very racist results. We had Microsoft introduce a chatbot on Twitter, which very rapidly became belligerent, racist, and misogynistic, and various other issues that we want to discuss. And it was eventually taken down with an apology. So we need to make sure that we're controlling these situations. We're not introducing bias. We have ethical data, ethical training models, that we're disclosing all of this information under our transparency obligations to ensure that individuals whose data is being used have an opportunity to not have their data used. In fact, we're just in a push that from the European institutions that we should be looking at opt-out opportunities for people to ensure that their data isn't used in AI. But this doesn't change the situation we have where we have these big market leaders now who've already trained their data on what we probably consider to be unlawfully in an unlawful fashion. So we'll have to see how the legal cases ramp out with regards to those. Generally speaking, AI isn't the problem. I love AI. I'm a computer scientist. It's fantastic. I'm using it currently to develop a number of privacy projects. For example, a case management platform that I'm currently developing with the assistance of AI. Just yesterday, I had AI develop a Chrome extension for me to assist in sending data to that back-end platform. I used, recently with a client of mine, I used ChatGPT to change the reading age of a privacy notice. Because as we all know, the EDPB recommend that the reading age of privacy notice should be around 12 years old. Of course, no privacy notice has that reading age. And if we all read them, most of them are postgraduate level and full of legalese and are written like contracts, which is inappropriate. Doesn't meet the plain language requirements of the GDPR and various other issues. So there are very good positive uses when it comes to AI in our world, in privacy and cybersecurity and data protection. We just need to be aware of the risks and make sure that we're using these technologies appropriately. Here's a little haiku, which I had written by my AI, which is based on the Olama platform on my laptop. In the digital age, our personal lives exposed, longing for shade. And I get it to give me a haiku every single day. And I'll be posting them on LinkedIn on a daily basis from this day forward. And again, the background image generated by AI. So just a little disclaimer here. No cute robots or young children were harmed in the production of this slide deck. And there is a little hidden gem here. If you look at the bottom, you notice I have two little robots. One is pink, one is blue. Who can imagine when the pink robot was generated? Anybody got an idea of how I managed to generate the pink robot? No, I asked for a cute robot, and that's what it gave me. It gave me a pink robot with love hearts and little pink balls all over its head, etc., etc. When I just asked for a robot, it gave me the blue robot, right? So this is a clear indication of bias. It's a very funny indication of bias, but it makes the point, right? When we talk about cute things, we tend to think of them from a sociological perspective as being related to females, whereas we think of other things, we tend to relate them to males. This is something which has been challenged in the modern day. So, for example, making sure that we don't have separate children's sections for male and female children in stores, etc. But it's still very prevalent within these AI models that we're seeing. So we're seeing that we still have a lot of bias, particularly around gender, particularly around race, etc. So even though they're very cute, they do illustrate the problems that we have with bias. I think I'm probably at the end of my time now, so thank you very much, everybody, and I'll be happy to take questions. Shall I sit down or stay here?
We have a couple of questions for you, actually, so
Okay.
you can stay a bit longer.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Our first question was regarding how to use AI in an ethical way. We have the new AI Act that's just been approved. Do you think that this will actually help, or do you think it's a Band-Aid for a bullet wound?
I think the AI Act, as it currently stands, which is technically not approved, I think there's another hearing on the 6th of April due to a problem with the version that the European Parliament saw versus what was finally signed off on. So there's other issues there to come. But having read the AI Act several times and having had to read it during my master's, as a computer scientist, it is problematic. It's a law which has been written by legislators, not technologists. So it is lacking in many areas and doesn't necessarily provide the safeguards that we want to see. And this has been one of the big criticisms, is the fact that the legislators don't really understand the technology, and therefore they can't really understand the risks and mitigate them through law. So we will see how it plays out, but it is a start, and we can only hope that it improves from that point forward.
Did we have another question, Lars?
Yeah, we can take one more. Someone says, thank you, Alex, inspiring. If you should look into the future, around 5 years, what will happen to the toddler, the AI? What do you see if you just look into the future a little bit?
I think I'm very positive and very optimistic. I genuinely believe that these technologies will be used for good. But as with any technology, we'll see a lot of problems as well. We'll see a lot of misuse of these technologies, for example, cyber warfare by certain sovereign nations such as Russia or China, criminal gangs using the technology for fraud and identity theft and all sorts of other things. We already see a massive problem with deep fakes. I wrote my thesis on the CSAM proposal by the European Commission, and one of the issues we're faced in there is the sheer amount of these images of child sexual abuse, which can be produced synthetically by AI. So they don't represent an actual child, but it's still a disturbing image all the same, and would still be illegal under many laws. The problem is, with the CSAM proposal as it currently stands, is the amount of reports which get sent to the law enforcement authorities is massive already, based on the voluntary derogation which was introduced in 2021, 2022. We're talking millions and millions of reports per month from places like Facebook, etc. With the influx of AI images, this increases at a magnitude which is just completely unfathomable to most people. So we have a situation where we're trying to find a needle in a massive stack of needles, and it makes the entire process much more difficult from a law enforcement perspective, and also when it comes to finding actual children at risk and being able to move them out of that risk. So we're going to see a lot of bad things happen with AI, but we will also see a lot of good things happen with AI. And I'd like to focus on the good things and try and mitigate the bad things rather than say AI is bad. Because AI isn't bad, as I said, it's just how we use it that's the problem.
Well, thank you, Alex, and you will stick around. So during the coffee break, grab Alex and ask all of your questions.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah. We will continue to focus on AI. A Google search for privacy and cybersecurity with AI gives you approximately 300 million results in 0.34 seconds, highlighting that while AI offers tremendous potential in data and privacy security, it also raises significant challenges and ethical considerations. We will go deeper into this now and listen to a panel discussion titled Responsible AI with Privacy and Cybersecurity in Mind, a forward-facing approach.
And to guide us through this panel, we'd like to welcome our colleague Felix Widerroth.
Good morning, everyone. Let's see if my mic is working. And welcome to this panel discussion about responsible AI and cybersecurity and privacy in mind. And I will be your moderator today, and we are honored to have 3 panelists here today, and would like to welcome you up to the stage. We have, welcome up. We have my colleague from the Czech Republic, Kristina. She's the lead for the digital ethics and compliance at PwC. She has over 7 years of experience in this field. Together with us, we also have Tommy. Tommy is a strategic ecosystem developer at AI Sweden, Sweden's National Institute for Applied AI. And he's also been the program director for one of Sweden's largest innovation programs, including AI, cybersecurity, and complex systems of systems. And lastly, we have Engla Pendel. She's a senior associate at Mannheimer Swartling law firm, and she's specialized in data protection and digital compliance, and she's also the chairman of the Swedish Institute of Law and Internet. Welcome, and very glad to have you here today. So, as we start the crossroads of technological advancements and ethical considerations, the development and deployment of AI systems is a very hot topic right now. And AI presents us both with great opportunities and, as we heard, also great challenges that we need to overcome. And with the topic of today, responsible AI, I have some questions that I'd like to discuss with you. So I would start with you, Tommy, and I'd like all of you to pitch in. So looking at the evolving landscape, how do you see the evaluation of privacy and cybersecurity concerns as AI technologies advance?
Well, first of all, thank you for the kind introduction. I truly believe that we are at the brink of the biggest transformation that modern society has ever seen. AI will give us great opportunities, and we have seen some examples from the keynote, but it also comes with great risks. Looking at the generative AI, we will see an efficiency and productivity increase using generative AI models. Just looking at the development for the last 18 months in generative AI and the way AI can produce text, image, video, and speech, and try to project what that can do in 2 years from now. Well, I don't believe that we can distinguish what is synthetically generated and what is real. And what that means out of a risk perspective is that we need to relearn how we interpret and react to information. When we read text, when we see videos, when we hear speech, we need to react to that and interact to that in a completely different way in 2 years from now, rather than today, compared to today.
Yeah. Very interesting. Engla and Kristina.
First of all, thank you everyone for being here today. I totally agree that it's a very interesting time in our history, but also I think it's interesting in terms of reconsidering what privacy really means. So privacy is about individuals keeping power over who knows what about them, and it's the fundamental element of empowerment and keeping control over our lives in this digital world. And I think specifically what the previous speaker mentioned, the way we use AI can be an interesting challenge for that. An example that I think would be good to think about is the use of LLMs in applications like AI-based girlfriends, boyfriends, therapists, and things like that, which there was recently a Mozilla study that found that it's a widely spread phenomenon, application that probably resolves some issues around loneliness in the modern day. But at the same time, there's very little transparency around how that data is used. The bots are pre-programmed to encourage you to share very personal details about yourselves, to share photos, to share audio files. And of course, we know that now with the generation of deepfakes, just with a few minutes of somebody's voice, you can also generate their voice. So I think these new vectors of attack or data collection are particularly interesting and difficult, and will be difficult to think about how we continue to empower individuals, respect their autonomy, while at the same time, of course, also respecting, if they want to use an AI girlfriend, use it.
Yeah, interesting. Ingela?
Yeah, well, I can just agree. I think it's an incredible tool from a business perspective. I think it can do a lot of good. But with regards to the challenging, of course, we see the bias and the deep fakes and all of these challenges. And I mean, like, all the time when I talk about internet and law, it's like the dog chasing its tail. Like, the law will never, ever keep up. And that's why I think, and I think we'll talk about this a little bit later, but like the legal aspects of it is that we can't regulate anything before it actually happens. I mean, the porn industry is always first. Like, they start making deep fakes very, very accurately, and they start with the celebrities, and then they move on, and you have revenge porn websites just constructed to just really, really slander other people and violate their privacy completely. So you see, it starts with the porn, and then you also have the examples of child pornography, which is a huge problem. And I mean, these are the negative aspects, and I think it's difficult to see that the law will just solve everything, but I think it's about establishing like the main fundamental question of it, which is that this is human rights we're talking about, basically.
Very interesting. And continuing on that, the legal aspects, in what ways can legislation keep the pace with rapid advancements? What is your take on that?
Well, it's the usual things. First of all, it's like the main thing that all lawyers would say is going to be tech neutral. And I think that is also because lawyers are generally really bad at tech. But I mean, being tech neutral is also about, we had this legislation in Sweden, which was to protect the privacy. Before that, we had no protection at all for example, revenge porn. And when implementing this legislation, we suggested from my organization that it was going to also have like what's called a slasktratt, which is pretty much the one that's supposed to catch everything that we can't predict. And the legislator removed that part. And just 1 month after this legislation entered into force in Sweden, it started to be applied. The violation that was supposed to be covered by this legislation started to be applied in a way, or used in a way, which was not covered by this new criminal act. So, I mean, missing target is very, very common, I think, in the legislative process, and that is a huge challenge. And just moving on to the next step, I think it's really important. We're talking about a lot about AI Act, and we're talking about like principles and scope and everything, but I think it's really important to also look at the other legislative processes that are going on. I mean, CSRD and CSDDD are the sustainability legislation, and they are not privacy focused, but they do have privacy within them, which will, to a main extent, according to me, be challenged or triggered by AI.
Very interesting. And any comments, any takes on that?
Yes, I can add to that. I think that given the fast pace of technology development, we need to have agile regulatory frameworks, because when we develop new AI technologies, that creates a green field out of a legislative point of view, and that can be exploited. So we need to have fast regulations of new AI technologies. And we also need regulatory sandboxes where we can try out new AI technologies, new AI applications together with regulators, so that the regulation also gets more proactive rather than reactive to the things that are coming up.
Totally agree with the need for regulatory sandboxes or other spaces where regulators cooperate with innovators, but I I think at the core of what it is that legislation can never be overly prescriptive. We can't anticipate everything that's going to happen with technology, so the best that's been done so far is essentially betting on some general principles, maybe human rights-based approach, and maybe the AI Act did not succeed in keeping it itself high level in terms of its requirements, but what I also like from it is the fact that it took a very broad AI definition that focused on the automation inference part of AI, so excluding pre-programmed, programs and systems programmed by humans with the logic if-then. So covering everything that has this special stochastic element of AI, and then applying this risk-based approach to target requirements where their potential impact on humans is higher, which I think is the best that you can do. Try to have a proportionate targeting of requirements and try to keep the requirements focused on outcomes. Sorry. Try to keep the requirements focused on outcomes and then leave it up to technology people who are best at technology to figure out how to achieve that.
And very interesting. And succeeding with AI is all about building trust, and the legislative process and legislation is, of course, a huge part of that. But let's deep dive into the domain of public trust. So how can the industry, both the public and the private sector, maintain and build that trust to ensure that AI is used with cybersecurity and privacy in mind? Christina, do you have a take?
I think the transparency and this lack of information that I mentioned already with the first question is a really big aspect of this. There is a lot of secrecy, for example, around what data has been used to create large language models like the GPT models. So slowly, I think there are different elements of different laws, at least in the EU, that are trying to untangle this information asymmetry. The AI Act has some requirements around the creators of foundation models providing summary information about what data they've used for training their AI systems. There is also in the Digital Services Act some requirements for transparency. For example, when you see a targeted advertisement, you should be able to see why that advertisement has been targeted to you, so you have information around that. There are slowly different elements building up to this more transparent environment that should hopefully empower individuals.
Very interesting. Ingela, do you have a...
Yeah, obviously, definitely I agree with the transparency requirements, but I think it's kind of like a lapptäcke of different things. We need to audit ourselves, we need to reflect, we need to go back, and if we let something out on the market, we need to go back and actually see how it's actually being used at later stages. We can't just get it approved in the beginning, because this is, in the end, this is a project security or safety measure, and it's a consumer rights perspective to it, and it's a human rights perspective. So I think for all lawyers, we have to also do something that we're not very comfortable with usually. We also have to step out of the law and go into the ethics. We have to a greater extent, and I think privacy lawyers are getting more and more used to this, we have to talk about like other values around the law, which are not, the law can only go so far, and otherwise we have to look at what is acceptable, what is ethical, what do we want to do with it.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone that has participated in this session. Sorry for the small technical problems and the sound during this. And I would also like to thank our panel. A warm round of applause for participating.
Thank you.
And as we look forward, we look forward to discuss this topic, of course, off stage. Please reach out. And until then, stay informed, stay curious, and later.
Give them another applause. Thank you to Felix, Engla, Tom, and Christina, and thank you to the people on link using Slido to let us know about the sound. They're working on it, and maybe they have a bit of a time now, because now the next thing we're going to do is...
We're going to take a coffee break, so we will meet back here at 10:30, and the coffee will be served right outside here, where you got your coffee when you arrived. So we will say goodbye for a short time, and then we'll meet back here at 10:30.
Yes, welcome back everybody. We hope you had a wonderful break with great networking. The program will continue now. You can see here really exciting topics coming up. As Hannah mentioned in the introduction, this is the second year we get the opportunity to do this. And to prepare, we asked the ChatGPT what you should think about as a moderator. And it turns out, Hannah, that we have checked most of the boxes. We are right on time, well informed, keeping track of time according to the program. However, there's one thing I think we haven't touched on yet. We're supposed to be a bit funny as well as moderators, Hannah.
But you don't need to worry about that, Måns. Not at all. Because as we all know, us lawyers are extremely well known for being funny. Okay. So I got this. You don't need to worry at all.
Okay, love it. Go.
Well, I have a really good joke for you, actually.
Tell me.
What is the Chief Information Security Officer's biggest fears? Two biggest fears.
Oh.
Everyone who works at the company and everyone who doesn't.
3 out of 5, maybe. I think I got a better one, Hannah. What's a hacker's favorite season?
Don't know.
Fishing season.
Well, good one. You are funny, Måns. You're not lawyer funny,
no.
But you'll get there. You're good. Anyway, it's time for our next keynote speaker. With 10+ years experience in strategy and business development from companies such as H&M and Spotify, as well as coding her first website at the age of 9, the relationship between strategic leadership and tech has now led her to found her own company in 2022. Here to talk about how to predict and navigate the crisis in uncertain times using data is the CEO and founder of Better Odds, Anna Lovers.
Thank you, Hannah. So nice to be here. So yes, I have the fun opportunity to talk to you guys about navigating the times we're in, the turbulent times, and how to use data to do this. My name is Anna Lovers. I have been working with a lot of companies, and a lot of the time I've been ending up in the crisis management team for different reasons. And after doing this a couple of times, I felt like maybe there's a better way to do this than just wait until the shit hits the fan and try to deal with things when they happen. Like, what data do we have? Do we have any data, and how can we use it? So I founded a company that kind of looks into how to predict business disruption. And I will share with you today 2 types of data that we use to do this prediction, and a kind of glimpse into the artificial intelligence models that we've built to do this prediction. And if we start with this, it feels like the world is getting more uncertain. But is it really? Is that really the case? And if we look at the data we have, we can see this is one of the few ways to predict if uncertainty is increasing. Well, we can also live and feel like, we now have two ongoing wars in the world and closer to us. But there's also an index by the World Bank that looks into how often we mention uncertainty in news media and other things. And you can see it has been increasing. So, sorry, I was looking for the laser pointer. Throughout the years, the analysis of the world in the text that we use when we write our newspapers and our reports and other things, we do mention uncertainty a lot more. So I think this is kind of interesting. We have COVID here, huge uncertainty. Russia's war in Ukraine, not as big a bump. The US presidential election was more uncertain for the world than Russia's war in Ukraine. But I think so we predict this over time, and we try to understand how are we doing. But I also think the most concerning thing for me is this trend line, right? It's starting to get a little bit exponential. And this is not something that is looking to go away anytime soon. So when we had this as a background, and we started to look into, like, what is the issue? Like, it's uncomfortable to live in a world that is uncertain, but what is the cost? And as a company, it's pretty concerning because it's no longer about being good at growing in your everyday kind of business as usual. It's about not going bankrupt when the crisis hits. So for the companies on the Forbes 2000 list, it costs them 3 to 5% of their EBITDA margin, even if it's a short disruption of just a 30-day crisis. And COVID was a 2-year crisis. The war in Russia is also a lot longer than just 30 days. And we also see that a lot of the companies today live shorter than companies did 50 years ago. So it is a lot more challenging to be a company today. And this is also a trend that is expected to continue. Like, most of us will outlive the big companies around us. And I don't think that's been the case. Like, they've merged and they've changed names, but they haven't really, like, fallen off the earth. But that's what's bound to happen a lot more. Okay. So there's a large number of things, like disruption drivers, things that might change like things that a company might want to be aware of. Everything from how their things are going in logistics, do they have the right supplies, the resources, there are climate change challenges for many companies. The geopolitical tension is impacting a lot of companies as well. So there are so many different things that you now need to be aware of. And most leaders ask themselves 3 questions. What is going on? What's the impact on our business? And what should we do about it? And I will talk to you about 2 of these kind of disruption drivers in detail. So that you can get a little bit of understanding what we do and what type of data we look at. So if we start with disinformation. Many of you have probably heard about disinformation, but now you'll get a crash course. Where should I? No, I'm on the right button. It's just not really clear where I should point it. Oh, over there, okay. So, there's a number of different types of information threats that are getting increasingly common. And disinformation is one of them. So disinformation is when you share misleading or false information with the intention to create or fuel a certain belief among an audience. A lot of the time, there's a malign actor behind this. But it's also connected a lot to what we call deepfakes and fake news, AI-generated content of world leaders and others, to kind of fake that something happened that didn't really happen. It's also connected to conspiracy theories. You've probably heard of QAnon. And doxing and phishing. Doxing being when you release information online that shouldn't be public, so someone's address, to make it easier to harm or threat them in some way. So the kind of illegitimate leaking of private information. So we have a lot of kind of closely connection threats in the information space now. And the cost of this, the cost of disinformation, it exceeds the cost of terrorism and natural disasters combined. So it's a huge cost for society when we have this information. And it's also increasing quite a lot. So what could this look like for a company? Disney have been challenged quite a lot because QAnon, who have, so quick intro. QAnon wants to recruit people to their conspiracy theory. One way to do that is to take the side of the children. So QAnon, a lot of the time, blames people for being pedophiles. Disney, at Disney World, the people in the costumes, like the Donald Duck and the Mickey Mouse, according to QAnon, they're all pedophiles. QAnon are also right-wing in a lot of their political opinions. Florida is very... Disney, being in right-wing Florida, is challenged by the right-wing politicians in Florida, but Disney is also very progressive. QAnon is not a big fan of Disney. They have been using meme stock tactics, trying to kind of impact the Disney stock. They have a lot of disinformation. Oops, no, I did. This is not working great. Sorry. There we go. Here we go. Now we're back at Disney. Maybe I should start using the things on the computer. Disney have disinformation, where people just write things about them online. But people are also going to Disney worlds, bringing their weapons. So they have increasing security costs. Even if nothing happens, even if they find them, they have increasing security costs, but they're also a much larger risk that something happens at the Disney World with a shooting or similar because of these conspiracy theories. If we look at something we all know pretty well, the NATO, the conversations around NATO and Sweden joining NATO, this is a dashboard that we follow. And this is data from January 2023. So it's more than a year old. And already then, when we were in the conversations about joining NATO, we tracked the disinformation levels. And when we do that, we have 4 parameters that we look at. We look at the number of foreign influence. So are there countries like Russia, China, Iran that are actively pushing these narratives? So this is this column, foreign influence. How much of what's written in these themes that we are following, how much of that content is pushed by a foreign state? So you can see here, Sweden supports terrorism. 52% of what we categorize falling into that narrative online is pushed by an actor like Russia or Iran or Saudi Arabia or China. We look at believability. So how, compared to an average news text, is the content more or less believable than an average news article? So we index at 100. So the conversation around NATO bid will increase Russia's nuclear missiles in the Baltic is almost as believable as any general news article. We look at virality. So how viral, compared to a normal news article, are the content that is in these narratives? 100 is the base. So some of them, NATO is run by the global cabal, 118, so that's pretty viral, while some are not as viral. And why we do this is that if something is not believable at all, we're not super concerned about it being viral, because a meme can be super viral, but everyone knows it's a meme, it's not true. If something is super trustworthy, believable, but it's not viral at all, well, not that many people will see it, so it's going to be fine, or more or less. But if it's both believable and viral and pushed by a foreign actor, we're pretty concerned. So we aggregate this into a metric that we call potential for impact, and we look at how concerning we find these narratives. And this is NATO, and as you can see, there's a lot of foreign influence here, but we also do this for companies. And so then you might have your company name in here. Saab will win if NATO is, if we join NATO or something. So we also track this on a company level, where it's not at all unlikely that you have 30–40% foreign influence kind of surrounding your brand at any given time. So let's look at another example here. So we have IKEA. Maybe you remember that IKEA was, they reduced the price on the sausage about a year ago. So the meat sausage was slightly more expensive, and the vegetarian sausage, it was a little bit less expensive, because according to IKEA's sustainability strategy, the sustainability option should always be the least expensive. What then happened was that Russia decided that this is a great conversation to kind of polarize the Swedes. So they started their disinformation engine. And Aftonbladet and Expressen and a lot of Swedish media started to write about all the upset Swedes about this IKEA sausage price rise. And the funny thing was that the Swedish radio was the only media who went out and talked to anyone at an IKEA warehouse. And the person they interviewed, he said, I think it's fine that the sausage is 2 kronor more expensive. Everything is getting more expensive now. We have inflation. This is not weird at all. I think it makes sense. So the only real human they had talked to was positive to this. Still, and you can see here that the Anon Fluidiot who were writing things on Twitter doesn't really look like a normal human being, right? It looks like a troll. But what IKEA still decided to do was that they removed their decision. So they lowered the price on sausage again based on this Russian disinformation campaign. And I don't have a strong opinion on what the price of sausage should be at IKEA, but I do have a strong opinion about Russia not deciding what our companies, what strategy they run, right? So there's a big issue here. And when we see this disinformation attacks, especially when they hit organizations, you need to kind of do PR and communication and be a little bit strategic about how to mitigate this. But there's a lot you can do if something happens. Another thing we monitor is weather. And it's very different, but you can see we have, like with climate change, extreme weather is increasing. So there are more wildfires, droughts, heat waves, and floods. For example, they're very concrete. They are global challenges, and they also challenge a lot of companies in different ways. So if we look at forest fires as an example, 9 out of 10 forest fires are caused by humans. A lot of them are caused by forestry. And it's the same in Canada, and in Sweden, and in Australia. This is a global problem. And I think what's interesting is that around like 350, 450 kind of ignitions from forest machines every year, 33% of that, a third, they all happen on days when, this is technical, the fire weather index that SMHI calculates every day, when it's more than 20. So when it's more than 20, a third of all these forest issues happen. But it's only more than 20, 4 to 5 days a year. So more than 100 of these ignitions, they start in 4 to 5 days a year. And this is also geographically changing, right? So it's not over 20 in the whole country at once. So if we know this, and we can use the open data from SMHI to calculate where it's more risky, and the risk of a forest fire is higher, if you're Stora Enso or Holmen or someone who works in forestry, you have a lot better data to look at maybe we should not go out with our machines today, or maybe we should have a fire car in close proximity to our machines so that we can continue to do our work, but we reduce the risk of a fire. So there are multiple ways you can do this if you have the data. And another thing that is related to weather is that just the fact that it's getting hotter is also a big challenge for many companies, especially like if you're a factory and you have workers, and the heat in itself is a risk. So in 2050, the productivity loss from heat will be around 1% of GDP. That's a huge loss. And by knowing this, and by using the heat data to calculate like how, to kind of predict what's coming up, you can change your shifts around. Maybe you move personnel and workers from one factory to another factory if you're at risk of having things standing still due to heat. Like, you can plan a lot differently if you monitor this, and by using that data, you can change how you operate. So there's a lot you can do. And I think the cost of this, like the cost of climate change, is going to be huge. And especially like when we talk about the cost of climate change is going to be huge, yes, it's for society at large, but it's also for individual companies. So the cost in growth and GDP is pretty substantial. For China, they are at risk of losing 24% of their GDP in a severe scenario. So China is one of the world's largest economies. So that's a huge issue for society at large. The US stands to lose close to 10, and Europe almost 11. So these are going to be huge, very impactful for us as a society and for many businesses. So in addition to everything we do to kind of prevent climate change, we also need to figure out how can we use the data we have about weather and climate to make sure that we operate our businesses smarter and like give ourselves a better opportunity to do this. Okay, so I'm just going to finish off a little bit with how we use the data when we try to build resilience for companies. So one of the big things is that we cannot only look at one data point at a time or one data source at a time, because risks marry each other. So you might have geopolitical tension, you have a conflict in Russia or between Russia and Ukraine. All of a sudden, you don't have enough resources. Like we have energy prices, cost of living crisis due to this geopolitical conflict. So like things kind of ripple throughout and they combine each other. So if we only look at one data source at a time, we don't get the full picture. So we always analyze all sources at once, and things are strangely connected, or they're connected in strange ways. So we see that companies who are more progressive when it comes to climate are more at larger risk for disinformation attacks. So we monitor everything. If you do a big kind of statement on your climate strategy publicly, your risk of disinformation attacks will increase. So things are connected in weird ways. We use AI to monitor and predict, because we can tailor the analysis to each company. We can be a lot quicker. We can process larger volumes of data, and we can estimate the impact directly on each company, so that we can tell you as a company when you need to care and when it's just noise. And we can also suggest what to do, because you want to have it very closely connected to that something has happened. You want to start to act. And with AI and the possibilities with analyzing data using AI, we can shorten that time span a lot. So I'm just quickly going to show you, because I think it's interesting how we do this with AI. So we monitor a lot of different sources of data, weather, news, social media, financial data. And we have an AI model with a unique profile for each company that we use when we do this monitoring. So the AI brain is tailored as any employee focused on this specific set of company issues. And that AI profile analyzes the source, and a different AI profile that is also tailored to the specific company that we look at writes a written update or provides a written analysis. And together with human analysts that kind of help them, they're in the loop. And then the human kind of distributes this and answers questions about the data and the kind of risk assessments that has been done, and we can answer those 3 questions. What's going on? What's the impact on your business? And what should you do now? We use currently OpenAI and Perplexity, which are 2 different AI models when we do this, but it's only early, so I think that will change a lot. But artificial intelligence is a pretty cool way to kind of monitor all these niche sources and yeah, get some get some understanding of what's going on. So that was my final slide. Thank you.
If you move over there a little bit.
Sorry.
Thank you. We have some questions for you as well. First question being, since this is the Cyber and Privacy Day, what's your opinion based on the data that you've collected and the organizations that you've been looking at and helping to do this? Are there any trends when it comes to who is specifically vulnerable for cyber attacks, ransomware attacks, different sectors, different times of year, or when doing, like you said, different statements publicly? Are there any takeaways in that regard?
Yes. So I think whenever you speak out in a sensitive issue, the risk of cyber threats are going to increase, and we, since we monitor this, we see this quite direct impact. So we often recommend companies when they should communicate and not, because of the narratives that surround them. So when the US were pulling back the abortion laws, or when they made changes to their abortion availability, a lot of companies went out and said, we're going to support our staff who live in a state where abortion is illegal, and we're going to help them get an out-of-state abortion. A lot of companies did this from like an employer benefit, HR kind of perspective, and their cyber threats and disinformation levels rose a lot, quite directly as an impact of that decision. So there's a lot of ways you can kind of, I think maybe they should have done that, but maybe they shouldn't do a PR stunt of doing that, because that's the risk of cyber. So I think, yes, everything is very much connected, and I think that's kind of why it's important for an audience like this to understand that yes, you need to care, unfortunately.
Did we have another question?
Yes, two questions in Slido. For a specific company, do you look at any internal data from that specific company as well for your analysis? And in that case, what type of data would it be?
We can, but for privacy reasons, we have started with the external, well, like we're simplifying it for ourselves a little bit and look at external sources. But I think there is a lot of interesting internal data. So a lot of the time, you want to tie actions to your internal, who should take an action, right? If we want to act quickly and shorten that, I think that's interesting to look at who can we delegate already in the process. But I also think there are things like financial, where do you invest? Where are you gonna, I've been on the marketing side quite a lot. A lot of the time you need to pull a marketing campaign because something happens in the world. Where do you invest? How should you spend your media budgets? If you see that, and now Russia is gonna misbehave and there's gonna be sanctions, there are a lot of things you can do if you know how your kind of plan, how is your exposure to that? There's a lot of internal data, financial data that you can use to kind of predict that even closer. So yes, I think in one way you want to use as much data as possible, but we have also decided that we want to save ourselves some headaches on the privacy side and kind of go with the external data for now.
Yeah, we just got another question here. Let's jump into that. Is it possible that confirmation bias plays a role in customer boycotts, so that you mistake genuine customer complaints for foreign influence?
I think that's something you always need to have in mind, right, to kind of do that assessment. But a lot of the time when they are very different in nature. So when you're on the when you're on on the side where you get the boycott, it's pretty obvious when it's one or when it's another. But you always go in and kind of look at it. But there's a lot of ways to predict if something is a bot or if it's a real human, and so a lot of the time we know quite well when it's one and when it's another. But it's still even if it's even if it's a disinformation campaign, most leaders still feel like it's very uncomfortable, and it's as kind of like IKEA. I think it's very rare that you do not act on it because it's such an uncomfortable thing to have, like, and because the volumes of the disinformation campaigns are huge. Like, it's thousands and thousands of comments. So you almost react as if it's real still.
We take the last one here as well. You mentioned NATO and the weather crisis on the trends that you are looking at. Maybe a bit negative. Are you following any positive trends, narratives that you can say something about?
No, well,
no.
But I do think, though, that, like, for me, the data is not negative or positive. In like, the nature of the data is neutral. I think so. What we do is that we want to, with NATO, there's a lot of things you can do that are helping, that are strategic. You can use a strategic advantage or get a strategic advantage by using it. Like, if you have a drought, you might want to be quick and source your cotton from somewhere else, and then it is a positive kind of information. The knowledge is still positive, even if, yes, I'm in the rabbit hole and I look at a lot of the dark things in the world, but I think it's still, like, positive to know, if you know what I mean.
Great, the data is neutral. That's the ending point here, I think. We give Anna a big applause.
Thank you.
So now you're going to meet Petra Klein. Petra Klein is a Värmland native who moved to Stockholm for career in IT and tech. And her career has progressed from managing firewalls and encrypting equipment to leadership in the field of cybersecurity. She used to work as an ethical hacker at the FRA, Swedish National Defense Radio Establishment. And now she is the CISO at Swedbank, and also actively engaged and passionate about driving the inclusion and diversity work at Swedbank with Women in Cybersecurity and Swedbank Women in Tech. Please welcome Petra Klein.
You scared me about this one a bit, so I will see if I can manage it. And I actually met a historic celebrity, the first CISO of Swedbank here, so I hope I'm doing a good job taking over the position, but thank you so much for preparing everything, Thomas Keise. So I will talk about cybersecurity and the human factor, and also the challenges a CISO have today with the increasing attack surface. I will also talk about collaboration and take it a bit outside Swedbank. How are we collaborating with others and Sweden? And the headline, hackers don't hack systems, they hack people. That would be like the red thread in the presentation. So take that with you. If you're going to take something with you today, that is the thing you're going to take with you. This is the challenge for CISOs today. In one slide. We have the regulatory landscape. We have DORA, for example. I will not go into details. We have the market and tech landscape. People are like living in their phones today. We are very digital, and we're becoming more and more. Everything is opening up the attack surface. I always talk about the attack surface with employees, because otherwise it's becoming too fluffy for them. They need to understand that they are actually part of this attack surface. And therefore I work a lot with making all the employees the first line of cyber defense to help out, to protect us, to decrease the attack surface. And we have the increasing threat landscape. So this is the challenge of the CISO today. So therefore, always talk about the attack surface, because all of these three are actually part of that. They are the ones exposing that. It is actually a bit slow. This is a cyber and privacy day. I will not go through the details of a ransomware attack. I think all of you know this. I hope you do. But I will go through the first part, the point of entry. When it comes to humans and people, they are part of that. So if you take a look at the one, you have phishing, exploit, and remote services. We always have your externally exposed system with vulnerabilities. They should be patched. But most of the time, there's a human that needs to press the button to do the patching if you don't have automated patching. Phishing, clicking on links, people are involved there as well. So if we can get the people, the employees, to do a little less of clicking, it's decreasing the attack surface. So we work with something called assumed breach. We expect to get a breach, and then we work according to that. And therefore, we need to educate people in that mindset. So it's all about working with the people, I would say. Top recommendation then for ransomware. This is cyber hygiene. The first 4 ones you're all aware of. But the one I will talk about a bit more, that is the acceptable use and the user accounts. That is actually what the people can take responsibility for. So if people in your company say that, so what can I help them? Take responsibility to know what is actually expected of you. I brought my laptop here. That is actually the gateway into the network. Always use the language that the employees will understand. Make sure that you know exactly what to do. This is a corporate-owned device. One thing I did when I was new as a CISO, I was rolling out a login banner on the laptop. So when you logged into the laptop, you saw that this is a company-owned device. Unauthorized use is being monitored because that was not there on the computers. So some people were using it for private use. Now they know it's a work tool because you need to take the responsibility to know this is actually a corporate-owned device. When I'm logging into this computer, I'm actually entering the gateway into the network. So they need to be aware of that. User accounts. I will not, because I have another slide, we'll talk about this, but make sure that you work with accounts. All of your employees should be aware of what access rights they have. They need to take that responsibility. Also to use multi-factor authentication. I have mine with me. I will take an example of that soon. And also have trainings with employees and make them interactive. Another slogan then, hackers don't break in, they log in. Communication is key, I would say, when you communicate with people, because we need the people to understand security. I always say that we are 50 people working in group information security, but we're going to reach out to the other 16,950 working in this Swedbank group. And that we do by using communication material and language which they can actually understand and take with them. So when I say hackers don't break in, they log in. They don't break in like they did before. So your identity, that is the new security perimeter. That is your user account. And then it becomes realistic for them to protect their identity. So they need to understand that they are actually part of the first line cyber defense. They are the new security perimeter. So what you need to do is to create a security culture. And I'm not only talking about phishing, clicking on links, that is one part. I talk about culture for the entire bank, everybody working with everything. Developers who should patch their systems. I talk about people in the branch offices, in my case. You need to have that culture. And for that, you need to have a team working with this. People that are experts in the human mindset that can produce this communication material. We need different kind of roles, but we need specific people working with the human mindset. They should be experts in human risk. Then, of course, you need to have support to train and exercise the people with the phishing. So you need to have an automated phishing tool, and you need to create a culture where people are reporting anomalies. Because they are the best support, they are your best defense. That's why I have employees are the first line of your cyber defense. Because if you get this a bit of healthy paranoid culture, if you understand me, where you're actually acting on anomalies and you're reporting them, you have all employees with you to help you, because you can't do this by your own in the security team. You need all employees to help out with this. So therefore, make it easy, make them understand where to report things and what to report. I got the question, what should I report then? I said, you are the expert on what you are doing. If you're working with an application, for example, with end users, you know what is actually out of the normal behavior for this application. I don't know that. I'm a security person, but you know your application best. So you are the best to understand. Now it's actually behaving different. That is what you should report. Anomalies, things that are out of the ordinary, the normal behavior. And you need to get the leadership with you. Security really starts from the top. And this is an example of a Swedbank's Group Executive Committee. And therefore, I brought this to show. I mean, not everybody used this. It's like your ID card, and you have a band around it. And this actually creates culture. It's research on this. I'm not making this up. When you put this on, you become, in my case, a Swedbanker. You go to work, and you get this fighting power. You want to protect your company against cyber attacks. And you also get the benefit of getting the people to bring you the card with them. So this is the Group Executive Committee. I was on a meeting with them in the beginning of my CISO role, and not all of them were wearing it. So I said, do you want to create security culture? Yes, they said. Good, then bring these on. And I had 20 of these with me. And they put them on like a ceremony, and like it was really like, and I felt like now I can really start. Now I have the management with me. And in the middle you have our CEO, Jens Henriksson, and I was recording the yearly book for like årsbok for Swedbank, and they said to me, take off your I said, no, I will never take that off because I'm the ambassador. You're like Jens, he never takes it off. I said, good, he's my ambassador too. So I mean, you need to have those ambassadors from the top with you. And I actually got a comment, why do you nag so much about the cards? Because it's cyber hygiene. This creates culture and behavior. This is just a simple thing to start with. So start with the simple stuff. So I just want to highlight, all of us, we have our different kind of cyber teams. I try, in the HR system, you can have a role, for example, information security officer. But when we are recruiting, we need to have cool roles. We need to get the people to see that this is actually something cool. So we talk about cyber threat hunters, we talk about cyber ninjas. When we are recruiting, and they also have that role within the bank. So, for example, we have ethical hackers. They're part of the red team. But we have actually 2 full-time cyber threat hunters. They are actually looking actively for cyber threats. Because, when they come in, they can be very persistent, stay for many, many years. We want to find them. So they're actually logging into systems, going around exactly looking for if we have anything that shouldn't be there. So they're actively hunting for cyber threats. So this is one easy thing to recruit and get more talent. Use cool jobs. One of the teams, he wanted to name his team internal control. I said, never. You can never get people to work with an internal control team. So he changed it to something totally different. So it's all about making security fun and engaging to get the right people to work with this. So this is just a part how we are and different kind of skills. And we have behavioral experts and communication experts. They are producing the material to our intranets and the campaigns we have. For example, that's why I brought the laptop. We have stickers. And I saw, Måns, that you still have yours on. I'm proud of you. Where you have one of these slogans, security is everyone's business. So this is actually built by the security awareness team. So make all the communication available and move it out to the users and use this small communication and have the experts working with this. So now I will switch a bit. Cybersecurity is really a team play. SEB, Handelsbanken, and Swedbank, we are heavy competitors. We are fighting about market shares, we're fighting about the customers. But when it comes to security, we are team players, and we are best friends. So therefore, we had this informal information sharing. I'm sure, Thomas, you were part of this, where the CISOs we met, we had really good collaboration, and also our SEER teams, they were really collaborating. But the other teams were not. So we said, we need to use the power of the collaboration to actually make sure that actually those that can create resilience are working together. That's when we are becoming stronger. So we set up we didn't have any systematic information sharing, and we were not sharing threat intelligence. And also, we had different, many contexts towards external parties. So we said, okay, what should we do then? So we got approvals from the CEOs and the CIOs to start up a cybersecurity collaboration. So we created collaboration agreements, and we also had legal counsels looking at them to make sure that this is something we can collaborate around. And then we started. So the collaboration is built up on, we have an executive management team where I'm part of, and then we have an operating management team, and then we have working groups. And in these working groups, people that are working with this daily are connecting with each other. So we take turns. We have different leads from the different banks. For example, we have Swedbank is running the personal and physical security one, and then Handelsbanken the other, and SEB. And they have bi-weekly meetings where they are meeting physically. 3 banks are meeting and sharing knowledge and information about different kind of threat intelligence. This is so amazing. I mean, it's really like, it's a joy to be part of this. Right now, it's around 40 people working in this collaboration. And you can see when they are coming out of those meetings, they are so empowered because they have new colleagues. Then, of course, that was the financial sector. But what else? I mean, how are we using the power of this collaboration to actually influence and support other sectors? So when National Cybersecurity Center was established, it was established 2021. They started up, and we started our collaboration pretty much at the same time. So they built up the center, and we started our collaboration. And then 2022, they said, we want a pilot sector. And we were knocking on the door and said, choose us. Because we have the cybersecurity collaboration. We have a maturity. When it comes to cybersecurity, we have a lot of resources. This is important for us. We need to have the trust from our customers. Security is important, and we can share so much through the other sectors. And we have a history of a collaboration. So choose us, and they did. So we were part of this, and we are working now. Now it's in line organization, and they are starting up energy, telecommunication, and transport and security company sectors. And we will be on the startup of the energy sector to talk about how we did it in the finance pilot. So that is being done. So we're going to start up new sectors now. So I think this is really, really important. So not only supporting the financial sector, but also Sweden as a national arena, which is really amazing. And there it's the first time where the private and the public sector are actually meeting and talking and sharing information, which is really amazing. From 1st of July this year, FRA will take over. Before it was a shared responsibility with a lot of agencies. You can see them here. I will not read them up, but it's a lot of, shared responsibility. It's not that efficient. So I really think when we will have one sole head, FRA, it would be really faster and improve governance. I used to work for FRA, so I know they are super skilled, and cybersecurity is super important. They have amazing experts. So I really think this is going to be amazing. And we will continue, of course, in the finance sector to help out there. You can get this presentation sent out later, but we have done so amazing deliveries within the collaboration. So we have actually given out a DDoS white paper. So if you go into the National Cybersecurity Center's webpage, you will find a DDoS white paper, which is actually coming from this collaboration. Also in these working groups, they have produced a ransomware white paper. And then all of the banks, we sat together and we saw, how are you mitigating the ransomware threat? And we said, this is how we do it, and this is how we do it, they said. And then we created a common plan, a ransomware action plan, a white paper. So there's a lot of good things coming out. And this is a picture. You can see we are happy, we are friends. And I mean, it's 2 of my closest friends now is actually Eric from Handelsbanken. He's the CSO there, and Christopher from SEB. So we are talking almost every day. So this is really like, it's my peers in this company. So we also have fun together. We have meetings, we meet up. I mean, we share governance, how are you working? So we are sharing everything that we can share within this collaboration. And it's so amazing and so rewarding. Then I will very shortly just, this is actually pretty historic. I think it was last Monday, the first product coming out from National Cybersecurity Center was launched. That was a collaboration where we presented a heat map. So this was the first time in history where, in this case, the financial sector sat together with the agencies I talked about, FRA, SÄPO, and MUST, and together created a heat map based on MITRE attack framework. And the reason we chose this framework is that we need to make it harder for the ones that want to attack us. So if we are sharing the threats, procedures, and tactics, we are becoming stronger. So we chose this framework because we want to make it really much harder for the attackers. And what we did was that we established a joint threat model. We reported, as Swedbank reported, this is the threat actors we see. The other banks did the same, and the same thing did the agencies. And then we went through this. Okay, so what kind of techniques and procedures are they using? Okay, they're using this and this and that. And we got the output of this was a heat map that actually was taken in together. So we actually have, instead of protecting towards everything, because that's not efficient, we actually do a risk-based, threat-driven heat map that can actually protect us against these common threat actors. This is a very strong paper. And then we took out the top 15. So this is actually, if you need to prioritize your security work, this is the 15 techniques and tactics you should actually protect yourself against. So I think this is quite historic, this is amazing, and now we are going to distribute this through the National Cybersecurity Center to other sectors, so everybody can take part of this. And this is, to be like a disclaimer, this is what we see in the financial sector. So I mean, that doesn't say that everybody sees it, but I think it's a very, very good start. So it's so rewarding to be part of this and produce things that is actually protecting, making Sweden more resilient. And now I will end with a little teaser from our security calendar. This is all part of the security awareness work we are doing to create a culture. So we have a security calendar where we are actually giving them a big piece of us. And this is the head architect for anti-financial crime. He is doing architectural designs and he's singing. So you will see a bit of that now. I don't think the sound is working. Oh.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire looks so delightful. You had better take care. Ransomware, ransomware everywhere. You really need those access rights, especially like for local admin. Do take good care. Ransomware, ransomware everywhere. And even in the dark of night, do be advised to conform. Report suspicious stuff. Do not wait until dawn. You really need to click on the mail link, or it might put the bank in a sting. You take good care. Ransomware, ransomware, beware.
Thank you, Petra. We have some questions for you as well.
Yes, of course.
You want to go first, Hannah?
Yeah, so a question that came in that really resonated with me due to being a privacy lawyer. We had someone ask, how do you and your team work together with the privacy function?
So I have something called Information Security Awareness Board, where we have people from the compliance and the privacy and all of the different teams. So we are working, so they are part of creating this security culture. That means that they get understanding for how important security is, and we get understanding from them. So we try to have different, like making them part of the change, I would say, the journey.
Perfect. We had quite a few questions, right, Måns? Do
yeah,
we
exactly.
have time for all of them?
Yeah, I think so, because 2-3 of them are on the same topic, and about the collaboration part you were talking about with your competitors now, best friends, and the government and so on. But someone, can you say something more how AI come into your collaboration discussions?
We always look at different techniques, possibilities. So we are looking into that. For example, we had a discussion about TikTok. Should we allow that? Because if we 3 banks together are making a risk-based decision, we will have much more power. But we are looking into that. But I mean, it's hard to give like an answer. But for me, AI is a real opportunity, but also a big risk. I think everybody says the same. But we need to follow. I mean, I know that we are using OpenAI, for example, to meet the customers. So sometimes you need to listen to the business needs, because security needs to be an enabler. So I think it's to follow and make the initiative as secure as possible.
And someone wants to challenge your culture speech about the badge and asks, aren't you creating a false sense of security if someone can create a fake badge to get authorized access?
Of course, but it's like always risk-based. I'd rather have all employees having the ban and creating a culture. You will always have those. I always get those questions a lot, so I take that risk.
Prepared. Anna, there's a DORA question. I don't know anything about DORA, so maybe you can help me out
you
here.
give me all the legal questions.
Yeah.
The question is about DORA and if that will change your work in any way.
Yeah, we really like DORA. It's a very good förordning initiative coming from EU, so I think it's amazing. So we really look into that, and also that it's risk-based, and it also looks at proportionalist. It's very like base. It's really fitting us as really good, and I like it's lex specialis now, so I think it's also very good. But we like DORA, especially the threat part.
So do you already work in that type of way, so it won't be that big of a change for you?
Exactly.
Okay, good.
It's not going to be that. Of course, it's going to be a lot of governance, changing the documents, but it's we already are there, I would say. So it's a positive regulation.
Do you have any more stickers? That's me asking, because I only have on my iPad. I can put mine on my
ordered 750 yesterday, actually, because we're going to have them on the Women in Tech conference, but you can get
so next time you get one more from me, Petra.
Yes, of course.
We give Petra a big applause, please. Thank you, Petra.
We're actually ahead of schedule, Måns.
Oh, that's good. More time for the panel coming up, right?
Right. So the next panel will be moderated by an experienced CISO and DPO whose track record includes working in these roles in companies that are in the banking as a service sector, for example. So please welcome the founder of Tau Consulting, Thomas Keisu.
Thank you. So I'm glad to be here today, and we have 3 panelists coming in, I hope, soon. Anna, Åsa, and Kim.
Tack så mycket. Tack så mycket.
So if we start from the right, please have a seat. We have Anna, and she is a passionate tech and cybersecurity lawyer with over a decade of experience from top-tier law firms, courts, and in-house. Since 2018, she's acting as the senior group legal counselor of Telia Company, where she advises on security regulatory matters. Then in the middle, we have Åsa Kidman. She's experienced InfoSec, regulator compliance, and cybersecurity for the last 25 years. And she's previously an enterprise architect, CISO, and head of cybersecurity in a large organizations. Now she's an enterprise security executive at Microsoft for the last 6 years and supporting customers in different ways.
Thank you.
And then last but not least, we have Kim Ellman. He's the head of Center for Cybersecurity at RISE, and he's a respected educator, keynote speaker, and sought-after expert. He's also a certified information security professional, and he's been working with the Swedish Armed Forces Psychological Operation Unit. So we have a very good experienced panel here. And we have heard earlier today a lot about AI in different ways, but we are slightly changing the focus now and looking more into what's going on with the European and the Swedish cyber strategy, but also how that can have an effect on innovation and privacy. However, it seems that it's only European Union that actually have a cybersecurity strategy currently, which is valid until 2025. In Sweden, we don't have it yet. It's ongoing work with MSB to get that in place, but it's not there. But if you look at the cybersecurity strategy for European Union, they have basically 3 different things they look into. So it's increased resilience against cyber threats, pointing back to what Petra talked about, but also what others have talked about earlier. Then to protect, deter, and respond to cyber threats. And last but not least, a global and open cyberspace. So that opens obviously up for some questions to the panel. And if we start from Anna's point of view here. So the first question is that European Union is introducing many new laws. And that points out the importance of risk and security in the broadest definition. And examples we have heard about earlier today is DORA. We had GDPR, but we also have NIS2 and the AI Act, and of course the Cyber Resilience Act. So from your respective organizations and input from the customers and perhaps stakeholders, do you see that these new laws are limiting or creating further innovation with regard to security?
Thank you, Kim, for this very interesting question. I'm a lawyer, so you're going to get a legal hat answer. And I would say that there does not need to be a trade-off between innovation and regulation as sort of, the external layer to that question. And what do I mean by that? There's actually this fantastic law professor from Columbia Law School called Anu Bradford, behind best-selling books like Brussels Effect or Digital Empires, pointing at 4 aspects which actually may stifle innovation in Europe, leading to the fact that we are not giving birth to that many innovative companies. And one of them would be digital fragmentation, or fragmentation of the digital single market that we are experiencing in Europe. To scale, our startups need to have a harmonized legislation like they do have in the US or China. We lack that, and this is one of the problems that we are facing. I can get back to that later on. The other point is that the capital markets in Europe are underdeveloped, so it's not that easy to get funding for the startups, right? The third fact Anu Bradford is mentioning is the fact that our culture of risk-taking is very much different to that in the US, where there is a rite of passage. Fail often, fail fast. This is a good batch. In Europe, we have quite punitive bankruptcy laws and a culture that stigmatizes failure. And the fourth one is actually immigration policy, which could be more proactive. So there are other reasons, not over-regulation, that stifles innovation. And from the telco perspective, we really welcome this new regulation that creates a framework and creates more stability, more resilience, more cybersecurity throughout the whole ecosystem. Because please note that it's not only the companies that are in scope of this new legislation that comes our way, it's also their supply chain. So we are building resiliency across our different sectors. And this is fantastic, I think. And to answer your question now, sort of going layer by layer, I'm sure this is going to be a catalyst for change. A fantastic catalyst for change and a fantastic possibility for all of our businesses to innovate. A wonderful one. Process optimization, hopefully operational excellence. We're going to do some fantastic spring cleaning, housekeeping in our drawers at our companies, which I'm sure is going to spur innovation.
So, Åsa, if you look at what you see from your side, is that true what Anna says, actually?
It is, yes. I totally agree. Sorry, let me put this a little bit higher up. I totally agree, because the thing is, if we're going to be able to innovate, if we're going to be able to use the art of what's possible, generative AI, we need to have control over both the technology that we are using, but also the data that we are working with. And these regulations, they just drive the control, I think, and drive the control both in the perspective of technology, but also in the perspective of data. So I think it's necessary.
And Kim?
Great points. I can support everything you're saying, essentially, and I would like to add a complementary perspective. So one thing we do at RISE especially is work with cross-disciplinary research. And actually, a colleague of mine who's in this room, as it happens, is an expert in a field called information security economics. And that takes sort of an economical systems perspective on these issues. And one historical problem that has caused, in part, the situation we are in right now, in this security gap, is the absence of systematic incentives to build and be able to charge for building secure systems. So these new regulations will level the playing field in terms of requirements and ensuring that everybody is doing the baseline work in terms of building secure systems on the same terms. And I think, and maybe we'll get into that, that will spur actually capability for innovation in this domain?
So looking into the strategy again, one of the pillars there is resiliency, and there is a recent report from World Economic Forum that came out actually January 2024. And in that report, they highlight that small and medium-sized enterprises have decreased by 30%, which is quite a large portion, compared to the larger organizations, which have taken further steps to improve their resiliency. And the MSB, the Swedish Civil Contingencies Agencies, have also shown in a report quite recently that the majority of public organizations does not have a sufficient resiliency and protection against cyber threats. So the question, Kim, if you start with you, how can then innovation support that part of the European security strategy to have a better resiliency, but also to protect, deter, and respond?
Okay, so obviously a huge question.
Yes.
A few key points. One is around, again, our current situation and the macro drivers that led us here. The two main ones, of course, are digitalization in the absence of the correct incentives to build secure systems, and now more recently, a very sad development in terms of the geopolitical security situation, so the threat landscape that you have touched on today. So these two in parallel, creating this divide. And then what has happened, some people and some companies, and especially maybe large enterprise organizations in specific sectors, are front runners because they are key targets, so they are well ahead. Simultaneously, the security landscape has worsened perhaps even faster. So we may not yet even be at the tipping point where sort of the security gap is getting closed more quickly than the risk or the threat is actually increasing. So someone mentioned the aspect around leadership and these questions being supported and looked at the board level, and this is a supremely important topic. We're actually doing a training with the Board Academy this month and next month on this topic, because even though the board level is now looking at this question, in total, we are still falling behind. And the SMEs is actually of particular interest to RISE as well, because these companies historically have even larger problems paying for these types of services and getting paid for building secure systems. So here we have to find and align with different actors in the market, but also in the public sector, to support and invest in enabling SMEs, again, to build secure systems.
And also from the Microsoft side, you also see that there is a bigger gap now between those that do big steps forward in resiliency, but those also lagging behind.
I'd like to take one of your aspects you put up on the table with the cybersecurity threat landscape we have right now, because 10 years ago, I don't think that there were used so many drones in wars around the globe at that time. Today, we use drones. The technology is changing rapidly, and the ability to both use technology for bad reasons and also use technology to protect yourself and to have control over your data and have the control you need to have to be able to be innovative and to be able to be secure needs also to be used. There is a possibility to do that today. You can. There is technology and there is capabilities to be to reach a better level that you explained, but it needs to be used. And we can discuss for hours why is the reason that this technology isn't used that much today. But that is an important question also, I think.
Could it be a lack of knowledge about the technology?
It's a lack of knowledge, but it's also a lack of trust and a lack of, I think, a lot of knowledge, but not only on the technology level, but also on the legal and the level of deciding, can we do this? Can we use this technology or not? Are we allowed to use it? What will happen if we use it? And I also think it's a discussion of risk.
So you actually gave the clue for Anna to continue on the legal basis.
Yes, I fully agree with Elsa, but I actually would like to point to something else that also Kim has said. We are speaking about technology, about it perhaps not being used to the fullest, and regulation, of course, plays in a role, and the EU is actually the biggest exporter of regulation in the world, something we can be proud of. And it also makes us trust, I think, a bit more in the digital tools we're procuring. But I just would like to lift one very important factor here, and that's what I think security people call human firewalls. I think that the human factor is like the most important factor that plays in whether or not we are creating resilient organizations. And luckily in our risk-based legislations right now, trainings are made as one of risk management measure that companies need to review and introduce, and our management bodies need to actually undergo them and offer them to their employees. Because I'm not familiar with the reports, like with the details of them, but I'm guessing that many of the errors that have been sort of lifted up in them have been caused by people perhaps lacking necessary knowledge and not being cybersecurity literate.
And I think also some of it's related to what Petra talked about, that if you don't get the top level in the organization involved, you don't succeed. You don't do that.
You need sponsors, absolutely.
Yeah. So then coming to my third question, and we start from Anna again, because this is within your realm of legal parts. So in European Union, we have quite a lot of new national, and well, both European and national laws. And some of the newest ones, even though GDPR is not new, but it's still considered to be new somehow. We have DORA, we have the AI Act, and we have also some other legislations coming out. They are, to a large extent, and I think Engla also pointed that out earlier today in another panel discussion, they are risk-based and not so much compliance-based, but we still have a mix of risk-based and compliance-based. So the question is, how do you see the difference between the risk-based and the compliance-based legislation and their potential impact also on innovation?
I would actually take one step back, because if we speak about the technicality of how legal acts are sort of crafted, architected, I think it's also important for everybody to understand that some EU acts are directives, they need to be transposed into local laws, and some are regulations like the GDPR or AI Act or Cyber Resilience Act that are going to apply automatically across, and hopefully are going to create that harmonization that we need for the innovation to be fruitful. And directives are a bit more difficult, as you'll understand, and I'm sure many of you are very well aware that the NIS2 directive, the upgraded one, has as a goal to create that harmonization, but it's still a directive, and it's also a minimum directive, meaning that the countries have a mandate to propose additional measures, creating that fragmentation across the EU, and that stifles innovation. And back to your question about risk-based and more prescriptive legislation, I think that the risk-based that we see in NIS2, DORA, Cyber Resilience Act to some extent, it's the only way to go for security, right? I'm a lawyer, but from what I understand, security, and it's a cliche, is a moving target. So how do you otherwise legislate around security? The risk-based approach is the only one that is plausible, and it also allows you to choose the measures that are best suited for your own business. So you apply them according to your risk profile, your risk appetite. And perhaps for small organization, going back to the last question, it's going to be more of a challenge because it requires resources that know what they do. But in a way, it's golden that we have that risk-based approach because it really allows us to adapt those legislations to our business, and we ensure that those legislations are not going to be obsolete in 1 or 2 years' time. But I know that it also makes many people a bit confused and perhaps angry that they don't find the answers to their immediate questions like, what is my requirement? What should I do? So it's another way of working that we all need to learn, and it's going to create that innovation, as I mentioned, because it's going to create that incitament to work in another way, to think creatively, to upskill the personnel. So I could go on, but I think I'm finished.
Actually, when we had a brief discussion before this meeting today, Åsa and I spoke quite a lot about risk-based and compliance-based legislation. So what's your view on that?
Exactly. I think that, Thomas, I don't know where to start. I just want to continue a little bit about what you said to start with. I think that we have something at Microsoft we call tech intense, and it means that it means that skill intense, skill up, that is important. And I know that Petra, you are a fan of skilling in your organization. I know that it's important for the most organizations, but skill up is so important. And it's so important for all parts of the organization. And one other thing is that when it comes to skill up, don't build anything that someone else has done already before you. Use it. For SMEs, for example, use what's already commoditized out there. There are services in security. There are professionals in security. Use them as much as possible. Now, to the question about compliance and risk, I think that there is a problem with compliance, because compliance seems to be kind of 0 and 1s, and everything is about risk. There is not a 0 risk anywhere. And I think that when we look at compliance, I was the first data protection officer in Sweden, registered. So I worked with GDPR in the very beginning. And this was a problem for me, because I saw that it was so much compliance, it was not a risk discussion, and it made it difficult to move forward and to really be compliant. And what it did, was that it opened up for huge risks in the other end. So that's why I think it's hard to talk about compliance and risk-based, because I like risk-based more. It's all about risk.
Yeah, and we actually have had for a very long time an ISO standard called 27001, which is actually risk-based from the beginning. So you start there, and it's been for many years. But coming to Kim, and from the RISE perspective.
So I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not an expert in these laws and frameworks. However, if you zoom out and look at this from a more general perspective, my observation is that the compliance-based frameworks and regulations follow more of a deductive kind of logic. So it's a logic of necessity. You have to do this towards something more specific. Whereas the risk-based are based more on a logic of induction, so what's possible. And that sort of thinking opens up for innovation. So in that sense, the first kind levels the playing field to some extent, while the other kind can drive innovation and allows for more novel solutions.
Yeah. And one thing to add also, I read actually last week that Meta's chief AI scientists have criticized AI Act. I don't know if you have read that, but he says it's more aiming at the technology and not the services. So that might have an impact on research and innovation from that angle. But if we then come to the next question, and then we talk about the demand on for security persons to work in organizations. We heard Petra talk about recruitment, and it's really hard today to recruit security persons. There's a high demand, low supply, and there are surveys also showing that we have a large shortage globally. I heard numbers about 1 million people for the security side. So the question then is, and this partly also reflects back to the earliest talk we had today by Alexander, when he talked about different AI models. But can innovation be used to decrease the shortage or impact the gaps created so we can actually reach what we need to reach from a European cybersecurity strategy point of view?
I would say in part, there are 2 dimensions to this from my perspective. One is the race that's ongoing constantly between the offensive side and the defensive side, where obviously the offensive side often is somewhat ahead and the driver. Also in implementing new technologies. So applied AI in various ways can help both the aggressor and the defender to automate scale up and even increase the precision in attacks and defenses. So in that sense, it can help. But since the symmetry is somewhat equal to that end, it does not allow us to resolve the supply of competence issue, even though where we put the human competence and the human skills may be more refined over time. So an obvious example is threat detection. We spoke earlier about assume breach scenarios, where the time to detect and mitigate an attack are the most important KPIs. And to do that, you have to be able to find that needle in the haystack to identify, okay, from all of this chaos going on inside our networks, what's actually risk or threat related. There you can use machine learning, and you have done that in many different applications for a long time. And that helps you use the human competence to greater effect, because what they put their time on is more refined. In parallel, we have to do everything else. And here, RISE is part of the Cyber Campus initiative, for instance, where we want to drive both the supply of training and education along these lines, reskilling, upskilling, but also the specialty courses, but also drive the demand. So in a similar way to what you do around STEM subjects in general towards the young population, we need to do in a specific way towards cybersecurity.
Also.
Well, of course, I thank you for giving me the word, because I agree with you. We need to level up the time it takes to do the work, so that the people that are doing the work can use more time to skill up, and so that we can get in more people into this industry and leave them time to skill up. And what is possible today? Just over a year ago, we had generative AI. And for example, when you sit as a SOC analyst today, it might take you 4 hours to do a job. With the generative AI that we have today, it takes maybe a maximum 4 minutes, maybe 3 seconds. This is actually happening today. And what you need to do then is to understand that, okay, the time is shrinking to do the work, but we still need to have these people. We still need to have these competences. But what you do when you shrink the time to sit and hunt and do stuff is that you free time to do the skilling, because skilling is everything, I think. So it is actually possible today. So what people had done last year, it took them maybe 4 days. It takes them 20 seconds today. This is possible. But it's only possible, I think, by technology. So we need to be starting using that.
And we see that also where I'm working currently as a CISO, we have approximately 12 billion events coming into our CM solution. And the only way to handle that is actually to use technology in the back end, because it's impossible otherwise.
And can I add to that one? Because at Microsoft, we have 85 trillion signals a day. 85 trillion.
A bit more.
That's 900 million signals a second that comes into what all our customers are using. So what we are doing is taking them in and giving you them to use in your organization.
Anna, how do you see this?
It's not my area of expertise, but I just think that the legislation really accelerates the need for us to use new technologies to be able to respond to the requirements, to all of those threats, because I've actually heard another number, around 3-4 million, as far as the global shortage of cybersecurity experts is concerned. And the World Economic Forum apparently means that the only way of doing that, bridging that gap, if at all possible, is actually to upskill the personnel that you already have in-house, or actually go out in your countries, the governments, the agencies, bigger corporations, and create internships where you can learn on the job. Actually, as that question, I posed that question to Elsa before we entered the room, like, how do you become, a cybersecurity expert, a star? And there are many ways, from what I understand, of getting there. And perhaps there are people sitting in this audience or listening to us who are quite fed up with what they do. Perhaps they don't do law with all the passion that it requires, or they don't like doing IT or something. Perhaps there's a way for them to learn on the job and to become a cybersecurity expert.
And there is also actually an underutilized part of the population today. And I think Petra and Swedbank had worked quite hard with that. In my team today, I have only 1 female out of 10. That's not good. So we need to use more and encourage females to actually start to work in this area. I think that's quite important. Then coming to a topic, Anna, that we spoke briefly about also when we talked before this day. We talked about Cyber Resiliency Act and the impact on open source for developers. And the question here is, will the impact for open source developers be so large so that will have some kind of impact on innovation? And perhaps you can first elaborate a bit about the consequence for open source in the CRA.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, and as a lawyer, there's a legal disclaimer. I've had a peek at the consolidated text that has been leaked, I think last week or 2 weeks back, after the vote in Parliament, I think on the 12th of March. So it's still not, to me, 100% certain how everything will play out, because now the text is going to undergo legal scrubbing, so things can happen. And Cyber Resilience Act, for your information, is going to be finalized during the beginning of the first mandate of the new European Parliament. So I would guess that the corrigendum procedure is going to start sometime September, October. So depending on how the work progresses, perhaps we have an adoption decision by the last quarter this year. But coming back to open source, it's such an interesting issue because I'm not sure if everybody here followed the discussions under Cyber Resilience Act. Open source software is increasingly becoming more and more interesting and more, I think, the subject of conversations higher up in organization. I think I've read somewhere that 90% of all operating systems in devices that are connectable to networks and internet actually are based on open source software. And who do you think vets that software security? I would say that there is a big gap and it's not really being done in the majority of cases, would be my guess as a lawyer. Perhaps I'm all wrong about that, but that's what I've also heard in discussions, that corporations using sometimes this open source software rely on it being, secure and being, all right and accurate and correct. But it comes from foundations, from hobbyists, from smaller organizations. So it's really important for us to understand how we want to work with innovation, how we want to work with securing that the open source software, which is of paramount importance for everything that we do, for the regular software, for the AI, for everything, that it's actually secure and that it's reduced as far as amount of vulnerabilities is concerned. Who should take that responsibility? Should it be the foundations? Should they become big corporations with compliance departments? How is that going to look like? There are also those who integrate, who are now getting more and more responsibility under Cyber Resilience Act. So it's a very, very big and interesting discussion that would require actually much more time. So, an interesting topic for another seminar, I would guess.
And unfortunately, we don't have more time today. So thank you for Kim, Åsa, and Anna, and I hand back to Morten and Hannah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you to Thomas, Anna, Åsa, and Kim. In like 2 minutes, it's time for lunch. But before that, some important, an important message, right?
Yeah, an important message. A new thing that we're doing this year, after we've done with the program in here, is that you will be able to grab some coffee first outside, and then we will move into another location called Världen. It's that way, right? Right, straight across.
Yep.
Where our cyber colleagues will lead you through a very fun interactive game called the Game of Threats. And this is something that I've never played it, actually, but you play it together in small groups, so you can be 20 people at a time. So while you're not playing, you can mingle and network, and the wine and the snacks will be brought forth. So we're really looking forward to that. And can you tell us a bit more about the game?
Like you said, it's a really interactive strategic game, and that simulates a cyber attack. And you are placed with time pressure, limited resources, incomplete information, and you must make crucial decisions upon that. Sounds almost my job here at PwC. No, I'm joking, but as you heard before, you should joke as a moderator. No, but it's really fun, really light-hearted, but with a serious touch. Great way to get to know your peers around here. So if you have the possibility to stay afterwards, we will be happy to.
Yes.
And now it's time for lunch outside where you had the fika, 45 minutes. See you back here again, 12:45. Yes.
Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break.
I enjoyed my lunch break. I met an old colleague who had moved on from PwC, so that was great fun. Also had a great discussion with one of you. I got a question, we've been talking about this, it's the second year and so on. And yes, the recording from last year's Cyber and Privacy Day is, you can find it at pwc.se, together with everything that's happening here today as well. So I just wanted to say that. So.
Good. And speaking of last year's broadcast, not a day goes by without reading in the media about extensive cyber attacks that affect companies, organizations, and authorities. Behind the scenes, our global threat intelligence team at PwC works around the clock to help our customers prevent, detect, and actively counter cyber terrorists. So back by popular demand for the second year in a row, to tell us more about how they investigate and gather information about these hacker groups, as well as give us a look ahead at what we can expect in the near future, is our colleague Matt Carey, the PwC Head of Cyber Threat Intelligence for Europe, Middle East, and Africa.
Here you go, Matt.
Oh. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Mons. And welcome back from lunch. I'll try my best to keep you awake after your excellent feasting. My name is Matt Carey, as it says on the slide, and I'm EMEA Threat Intelligence for PwC. I'm also the head of PwC Sweden's Cyber Threat Intelligence capability. I'm going to be speaking in English today for this lecture. However, om ni vill lyssna på mig prata på svenska om Cyber Threat Intelligence och sårbarheter kan ni lyssna på PwC's podcast på webbsidan, och det finns en podcast om Threat Intelligence på svenska med mig att diskutera det med en kollega. Okay. So my background before I came to PwC around about a year ago was in government agencies, more or less, and my last stint was in the National Cybersecurity Centre in the UK. It looks after basically everything from information security to worrying about what cyber threat actors are doing for the entirety of the UK, and produces a lot of intelligence and information and advisories on that. You now have a National Cybersecurity Centre here in Sweden, which is doing very similar things. And basically, when I left my job, I was the head of cyber risk consultancy for government, so I spent a lot of time worrying about what cyber threats were doing to government organisations and agencies, all the way from local government to the national level type central government organisations, and try and provide government with advice and guidance on how they could actually mitigate or remediate those threats. And as we gradually came into the situation where there was going to be a war in the Ukraine, and there was a lot of concern and worry about what that meant in terms of potential cyber attacks against the UK, I was involved in helping to provide advice and guidance for organisations across the UK and how to defend against that. We still have a war in the Ukraine. We still have Russian nexus cyber threats out there, as well as many others. So a lot of that advice and guidance is still very much relevant today. PwC's threat intelligence team is located right across the world. So we have a team of about 35 people who are spread all the way from Australia through to the Americas, with a lot of us sitting here in Europe and many of us in the UK. And we cover a number of different types of intelligence operations, but the main focus, of course, with cyber threat intelligence is the techniques, tactics, and procedures of cyber threat actors and the technical information relating to that, which helps our customers and other organizations identify whether these hackers are actually present on their network, whether they're trying to break into their networks, and also give them the technical information that they need to try and defend against these hackers on their own organization's networks by applying those technical indicators on their SIEMs, in their detection mechanisms, on their endpoints when they're actually doing endpoint detection, to try and identify where the hacker is basically before they get on the network, and then subsequently to try and identify them potentially the network if there's a major incident and find out what the root cause of the incident was, who was behind it, and what sort of techniques and procedures they use. So we have a very big role in helping our PwC incident response teams to accomplish that goal. In general, our threats are divided into 4 main categories. So we have espionage actors who are very concerned with attempting to steal information from organisations. If we're talking about government organisations, that might be state secrets or sensitive information that would otherwise give another nation a degree of strategic advantage over another nation by drawing in that intelligence. Gone are the days, well, not entirely gone are the days when you'll get somebody approaching you in a bar to try and elicit information from you by becoming your friend and then trying to get intelligence out of you. However, the majority of the espionage that we see these days is really through electronic means where people, hackers effectively, government hackers will try and break into government networks and steal information from organisations. But it's not just government networks, it's a lot of corporate networks as well. So we do see an enormous amount of intellectual property theft from organisations. You have a number of very important large-scale private sector organisations here in Sweden who have a presence in like hundreds of different countries across the world who do produce very interesting, very kind of like cutting-edge technologies and methodologies that threat actors are very interested in getting hold of. And so we do see espionage in the private sector space as well as the government space. We see an enormous amount of criminal activity, and in fact, every organisation in Sweden, every organisation represented in this room is a target for cyber criminal activity. And we've seen that go from technologies and relatively attacks against all organisation and sector out there. There's also hacktivists. Now, in the past, hacktivists would have been groups like Anonymous or other groups which would have gone after specific organisations in order to prove a political point. But now with the advent of the war in the Ukraine, as well as the war that's happening between Hamas and Israel, there's a lot of patriotic hackers out there that are either for one side or the other side, who are busy deploying various kinds of tools like DDoS tools and other tools designed to harm networks or deface websites, etc., which they're using to make that political point and try and score points for one side or the other. And we have sabotage actors, some of whom are state-sponsored, but obviously if you get a very bad ransomware attack, it's a form of sabotage as well. It stops you producing the goods and services that you're actually meant to produce as an organisation. It can put you out of business, obviously, and there are lots of different things in that category. However, the majority of these come down to either malware, malicious software, which will stop the network from working in some kind of way, or will lock it up so that it can't work and you can't actually access any important information, any client information, the sort of information that you need to actually function as an organisation. Threat intelligence as a capability is important for a number of different parts of cybersecurity. Identity and access management on the one hand, because a lot of state-sponsored actors, at least at the moment, are going after cloud deployments, and the way into the cloud is very much by intercepting information about usernames and passwords and multi-factor authentication and codes, etc. It's also about risk management, because if you understand the threat, then you can actually manage the risk around it. If you don't understand what the threat is, then the risk is a giant nebulous kind of thing that you can't properly address in a way that actually makes sense from a budgetary security point of view or from a practical security point of view. So understanding what the threat is capable of and then prioritising the security investments you make is extremely important to risk management. There are new regulatory requirements coming in. So throughout Europe, we've had TIBA for a while for financial institutions as threat assessment type regulatory requirement. We've got DORA coming in for financial institutions now everywhere, where monitoring of the threat and detection of threats is a compulsory requirement for organisations to have some capability in that area. And we've got NIS2, and I'm sure that if you haven't had a talk on that today, it's coming. And then, of course, incident response, where people get hit by an actor, they don't know who it is, they want to know afterwards who's done it, and then how they actually got in so that they can protect themselves for the future. Very soon, in the next few weeks, we will be releasing our annual cyber threat intelligence report called the Year in Retrospect report. That one basically draws together all the key bits of information that we have produced on the threat actors that we track in the past year. And it comes out kind of this time of year, like March or April, not because we're really slow and we can't actually put one out in January, but we really want to do the due diligence with regard to everything that has happened right up until the end of December to produce the most complete picture of what has happened in 2023, according to us, that we possibly can to provide that to customers. And some of that will replicate similar information, other reports that you will see from Microsoft and a range of other vendors, threat intelligence vendors that are out there. But we do have a lot of unique threat intelligence sources within PwC, which give us our own unique perspective. And it's why we do sit at the table with a lot of very big national security agencies, as well as multinational companies and private companies who consume our threat intelligence because of that uniqueness and the general quality of the research that we produce in that space. But today I'm going to give you a bit of an insight into what is going to come from that report and what you can expect to see, give you some highlights from what we saw in 2023, and trying to explain that to you in the Swedish context as well, which I think is important. So the key themes that we observed over the period of 2023, we had obviously a lot of zero-day attacks, noll dagar in Swedish, and critical vulnerabilities that were exploited by actors. It was both serious kind of state threat actors who did that, as well as all the major cybercriminal groups, especially the ransomware groups that went after that. There were several big attacks here in Sweden in the past year. One of them was the Tieto-Evry attack, which I'm sure you're very familiar with. It affected over 120 different authorities here in Sweden and a large range of private sector companies. That was an example of where potentially there was an exploitation of a critical vulnerability in order to actually, for the criminals to actually get access to the network in the first place. We had a lot of geopolitical influence on the cyber threat landscape, so the continuing war in Russia and the Ukraine, with threat actors actually trying to develop cyber capabilities to deploy in a war setting and apply it as a kind of a combined or aggregated form of battle attack method. Especially in terms of like going into particular battle areas and taking out electricity grids or taking over multimedia type outlets to actually deprive people of the ability to get information. All these things have started to come out over the past year, both through wiper malware and through other means. And of course, we see a lot of the patriotic hacker groups like Killnet and No-Name 057, as well as some of the Turkish supposedly affiliated groups who committed attacks, DDoS attacks against Swedish organizations due to the Quran burning kind of incidents and other things that influenced those patriotic hackers to go after these organizations. Supply chain compromises were absolutely everywhere. So even if your organization has magnificent security and you've done all the right things, you've got all your NIST and ISO 27001 reviews up to the highest level and your maturity is good, you're bound to have a bunch of different third-party suppliers, either software that you consume or other organizations which have privileged access into your network, whose security will not be quite necessarily as good as yours, and they're the ones that the hackers go after. They love MSPs in particular, so your managed service providers who basically provide some kind of like service for your organization. Sometimes it might be something like a secure document transfer service. It could be a contract storage service. It could be something like a cloud service. If those organizations have poor security, the hackers go after them. They get a nice presence on their network, and then they identify who all their customers are. Then they try and identify all the different credentials that they can get in relation to the customers, and then use the privileged access that the organisation has to then get into those customers' networks. And that's what we've seen mostly, and including actually some very clever hacking techniques to compromise the actual software updating capabilities of various different companies, so that you actually create malicious updates and then you send them out looking like they're legitimately from the company. Your security people do the right thing, try and patch these vulnerabilities that are out there using these updates, and suddenly you're infected too. So that's something that's been very, very prevalent. Obviously, there's been a lot of but state actors don't give up their jobs just because it's 2023 or 2024. They're constantly looking to try and satisfy intelligence requirements, strategic requirements. What we have seen, though, is them try to anonymise what they do much more than they have previously. So try to use tools which aren't as easy to identify as being them behind them, but also try and use networks where they're basically compromising home routers or other kind of like torrent type networks in order to then propagate their malware, attack targets without it being easily traced back to them that's doing it. So that's one thing. And we'll see in other areas where some of these supply chain compromises have come to the fore as well in this space. Ransomware is at an all-time high. So we have seen at least 1.5 to 2 times as much ransomware activity as we had in previous years. And it's only getting increasing, basically. So we expect to see in 2024 that there's going to be a much greater incidence of this going forwards. So some of the things that we saw in 2023, apologies, I'm just getting over a cold, so that's why I'm losing my voice a bit. Thank you, Mons. ChatGPT, AI, is something that everybody's using now, and threat actors are using it as well. We had White Austerus, which is the group that we call behind the actual clot malware campaign, exploiting things like document transfer facilities like MoveIt to actually go after victims. We had a group called Star Fraud conducting very high profile attacks against organisations, including in the hospitality sector, and they're more of like a hybrid group that actually goes after not just the network of their victims, but they're also connected to organised crime. So people in their affiliate organisations who don't do what they say may get a visit from them on a dark night, and something unfortunate might happen. I've mentioned the war in Ukraine. I've mentioned the supply chain compromises by North Korean actors. And this was the first year where we've seen the US take a step to ban the use of commercial spyware by organisations. So spyware that's effectively available to purchase commercially for organisations that can't create their own spyware. And they've banned that as an official thing because we saw that a lot of that kind of activity happening against the phones of governments and very senior officials throughout the world through a couple of different organisations that were selling that. And we also saw international law enforcement operations. They took down the Quackbot botnet, which was responsible for spreading a lot of ransomware. And recently we've seen the takedown of the Lockbit ransomware, which is probably the highest incidence of ransomware that we've seen of any other kind of ransomware that's out there. And we saw Blue Callisto, a Russian group, which we also see Microsoft refer to as Star Blizzard, attempting to interfere in UK politics and democratic processes ahead of the elections there. And they've also gone after a number of other election organisations in the past 3 or 4 months. So I've spoken about the Russian actors and what they've been up to. Iranian actors have not been idle in relation to the war that's been happening with Hamas and Israel. They have been rapidly going after a lot of different open vulnerabilities on the internet that they see in relation to Israeli organisations to try and wipe those organisations or otherwise DDoS them. They're using a lot of AI in recruitment campaigns that they're using for phishing. And they've started to use a lot of impersonation type attacks in order to mask the fact of who is behind it. North Koreans mostly going after cryptocurrency companies because if they can steal the cryptocurrency and then they can cash it out to buy other things, they can do resale fraud, so they can sell the things that they're buying. That goes all back into the state's ability to purchase nuclear type arms and develop those kinds of programs, as well as solve a whole bunch of other economic problems that they've got as a result of sanctions. And the Chinese threat actors, again, started sharing a lot of tools between them, using these proxy and anonymization networks to go after a bunch of different organizations, doing it quite covertly to the point where it's very difficult to tell which group specifically is behind it, which is what they've had in the past as a big problem. The one thing that we can say more than anything is that there were huge number of vulnerabilities that kept popping up in public-facing applications, particularly edge devices on the internet. Why do they go after these particular types of appliances? Partially because, honestly, the software in them is terrible, like the coding in them is terrible. And I think if you look at the number of edge devices that we've seen being compromised over the past year and the endless cycle of critical vulnerabilities that have been appearing in them, you kind of get the idea about which ones are potentially more trustworthy than others, and that's been a problem going forwards. I mentioned file transfer solution software, and we've also seen a lot of operational technology execution vulnerabilities start to appear. The reason behind that is not just to actually compromise operational technology in organizations that use a lot of machine-related software. It's also because a lot of machine-related software often is out of date or is impossible to update and is connected to the corporate network, which means if the actor can compromise the operational technology network, they then have a direct route into the corporate network if it's not properly segregated. So it's another way of getting in to that space, and we're starting to see a couple of actors exploit that. These are the 0 days that were discovered in 2023. You can see a steady stream of them coming out there right throughout the year. And then when we actually look at a case example of this, this is, again, the ransomware actor which I referred to as White Austerus, the one that does Clop ransomware. You see a timeline here. So Fortra, which was the actual vulnerability that was being the actual product that was being exploited, they release a private advisory of a 0 day in their software on the 30th of January. And then a security researcher releases a blog on that 0 day and a proof of concept that can be exploited on 6 February, so it's a week later. And then suddenly there's a module that's added to Metasploit, which is a common exploitation tool, to exploit that particular 0 day. Then we see a patch released for Go Anywhere immediately after that by Fortra in order to prevent actors doing that. But how many organizations have a 1 day patch cycle for any critical vulnerability? They don't. It's going to be at least 14 to 30 days, in many cases 90 days. But how soon did it take one of these actors to exploit the vulnerability? Literally 1 day. We saw the first active exploitation attempts observed. And then suddenly on the 6th of March, which is a few weeks later, we've got White Austerus adding a batch of 24 victims to the number of victims that started to appear. And then by the end of the 23rd of March, a week later, there's 130 different ransomware victims and leaked 103 by the end of March 2023, all the data of those victims. So you can see that the time from vulnerability revelation to exploitation is very, very short these days. Basically, there was essentially a lot of use of malware delivery systems and information stealers by ransomware actors to enable some of this. So the information stealers are there to steal credentials of legitimate users, but they're also there to steal multi-factor authentication. But if you want a single sort of thing to take away from how do I defend myself against ransomware actors, given they're everywhere at the moment, and I think at least about a week ago, there were 4 separate ransomware attacks against 4 separate hospitals in Sweden within 4 weeks, all of which were reduced to pen and paper. So it's like a very real threat here in Sweden at the moment. If you want something to take away, open remote desktop protocol is one of the things that they're exploiting. So you shouldn't have that open where you don't need to have it open. And the other thing that's really obvious is the multi-factor authentication angle. So where you don't have multi-factor authentication on parts of the network that should be segregated from other parts of the network, where you don't have that protecting the parts of the network that give you access to all the key important crown jewels data that you have, that's the bit that the ransomware actors are going to go after. And that's the bit where you're going to lose all your data if you haven't deployed multi-factor authentication where you can. There's some statistics that give you an idea of specifically what those numbers are. So this is not like an objective thing in terms of like what ransomware victims are there like worldwide everywhere. This is more like what PwC has actually seen. So we dealt with 2,462 different cases of ransomware in 2022. This year it's 3,735 in 2023, and that number is only going to grow going forwards. You can see the sectors that they've been after as well. So manufacturing's right up the top there because they've got a lot of operational technology and other productivity-related systems that they can't afford to lose in order to function, in order to meet their bottom lines. Professional services were another one, especially managed service providers, and we saw that a lot here in Sweden. Then you've got technology organisation and so on and so forth down that. Where there isn't regulation over sectors, they go for those, and cryptocurrency is a perfect example of that because it's an easy sector for them to get into, where they're not defended by any kind of standards that would otherwise help protect them against some of these attacks. We did see the emergence of some Gen AI type attacks, particularly where there have been organisations where they've had users trying to get, hackers trying to get into the inside of the actual querying system for the AI software, whatever it happens to be, so that they can steal the inputs that the users provide into those systems. Because usually users are trying to summarize documents or other complex bits of information. They're not always aware of the sensitivity of some of the information that they're putting in there. And that's the thing that the hackers go after. They take that, they sell it on the dark web, and it reaps some enormous amounts of profit in that space. Same as if they can get hold of any kind of usernames, passwords, etc. Exactly the same thing. They go after those things and sell them on the dark web. So any kind of information they can get out of an organisation can make them money, and that's why they go after local municipalities and regions and such like that in Sweden. They can sell this information on the dark web, particularly if they don't actually pay the ransom. And an example of where we are seeing artificial intelligence being used as a threat vector, there's a lot of generation of phishing emails and other documents out there that are being generated by AI at the moment, and that's being seen absolutely all over the place with a number of different threat actors. The Iranians come to mind here, and this is an example of where the Iranians have generated a bunch of photographs of individuals using AI to put it on a fake recruitment website to get people looking for jobs to click on the website, and then they give up. Either they're actually infected by malware that's on the website, and usually this is like being propagated in order to get at dissidents, which the Iranians were after in many cases. What we actually expect to see in the next few years, obviously the criminals aren't going to stop what they're doing. We're not going to see the end of the Russia-Ukraine war in the very near future, it would seem. So that's obviously a hotbed of like new development in terms of malicious activity. A lot more leveraging of commodity malware to hide who's actually behind what's going on. continuing exploitation of vulnerabilities and exploits. So unless we see a software code of practice start to be introduced across different nations, and we insist in Sweden that only things meeting a certain level of compliance can be provided to Swedish consumers, we'll see that continue. And most of all, because people are digitizing, going to the cloud, even though the cloud is honestly, in my opinion, the safest place for you to be, because your security is managed by professional organizations that actually understand their network and have threat intelligence teams looking at what's happening on those networks. Credentials are going to be the thing that allows a hacker to get into them. So protecting those through proper identity and access management solutions are going to be absolutely essential. I don't think I've got time for questions. However,
it's not up for you to decide. We have questions for you, Matt, because they're on not on fire, but we have some questions coming in, and we're going to take time to ask them to you. You want to go first, Hannah?
Yeah, the first question was about backups and ransomware. So how can you be sure that the data you back up isn't already infected with ransomware that's set to go off at a later date?
It's a very, very good question. I think the first thing you do is actually, when you back up, you actually make sure that you've actually looked at the backup in the first place and swept it for any kind of viruses in the first instance, and run your threat intelligence software over the top of it to ensure that there's nothing in there that you already know about. There's no absolute guarantee. The only thing that I would say is that you should store your backups offline, preferably cloud-based. If you're on the cloud, it's very easy to restore whatever data has been taken. If you're on-premise, it's not. And keep your encryption keys offline. If they're still on the online network and it's encrypted, you won't be able to open your backups.
Someone wants to know, do you have any idea how much ransomware attacks monetized in 2023 overall?
You mean the total amount?
Yeah.
It was probably, I think there was some estimate out there of 3 billion, but we don't really know. Honestly, there's a lot of organizations out there that are paying the ransom that we never hear about, so we don't really know how much, but given the number of actors out there doing it and the increase of activity, we know that everyone's getting paid. And we also see their Facebook groups sometimes where they're running around in camouflage Lamborghinis and things like that. So they're making money.
And then there was the question about where to best put your investment money-wise when it comes to cyber threats. Is it in upskilling? Is it in hardware? Is it in competence? Where do you recommend?
I think the most important thing is to actually do a security assessment against a proper cybersecurity standard, like NIST or like ISO 27001, work out where your vulnerabilities are, and then understand what you need to do about investment in terms of how you approach your risk and your security. That's my top tip. But if you're not going to do anything else, ensure that you've got multi-factor authentication everywhere that it counts, anywhere there's access to key data that you've got, and make sure that your privileged and access management accounts are properly secured and can't just be taken by just anyone if they wanted to.
Petra Klein was here earlier. She spoke about that they have a collaboration between the different big banks, lessons learned and bigger understanding and so on. And someone wants to know, do you do that as well? Meet with the other big four to work on these questions?
Well, the big four are competitors with each other, so we don't really exchange a huge amount of information in that sense. However, we do meet in similar forums with each other and gladly sort of exchange a certain amount of information on the threat and collaborate with each other. And we do that fairly regularly. So we meet with our competitors to discuss the threat actors and work out what each other knows. Occasionally we help each other out, and occasionally we collaborate on bits of research where some of us have got good access and others don't.
Yeah. Last one. Will you share this presentation afterwards?
I think parts of it will be available.
Yeah, okay, good.
Parts of it will be available. But you'll get the whole thing, basically, completely in the next few weeks. So you won't be long to wait if there's some slide in there that you don't already have access to.
Perfect. Thank you, Matt. Let's give him an applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
For our next session, we've invited our global financial services cybersecurity leader all the way from the UK. With 22 years in the business, he started his career in tech, went on to combat cybercrime, and is now mainly focused on educating executives on risk. Please welcome Alex Pitsopoulos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Matt, good effort, struggling with that cold. Good presentation. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to talk about that plays on what Matt talked about. Whereas he was at the detail, the technical issues, I'm now going to elevate to the strategic level for this particular presentation. So, taking a step back, if we look at our industry, there are 4 strategic themes that we are wrestling with, and I'm going to focus on one of them, but I just thought I'd set a bit of context. We've already talked a lot about resilience as a new standard, and we've seen attacks really impacting individuals, whether it's Colonial Pipeline and people in the southeast of the US couldn't get their cars refueled, UK and Irish health services, medical appointments being cancelled, an interesting TravelX sector I focus on, one of the largest currency exchange service providers, they went bust off the back of ransomware. So, no surprise, resilience is matching, if not trumping, data privacy concerns for a lot of people. There is a new social contract that's developing between the government and the private sector because the geopolitical concerns, the conflicts, there's a lot of concern, but the levers of control mostly reside in the private sector. And whether it's the East-West battle for tech supremacy, like we saw with the chips, supply chain concerns, shortages, disruptions, and obviously the geopolitical stuff going on. A lot of these things we are reliant on the private sector to solve. So there is an expectation, an obligation for better collaboration between the private sector and government. We've heard a lot about cyber is at the heart of business disruption. We've heard a lot about cloud and identity. We've heard about AI and data security. And I'm sure in a few years, everyone will be talking about quantum computing and crypto. So cyber has to adapt, and it has to be an enabler. And often you're going to have to make trade-offs between business benefit and risk. CEOs, in the latest PwC survey, big theme is around elevating and accelerating change. But to do that, you're going to have to take some risks, and cyber needs to be part of that risk trade-off, which takes me neatly onto what I'm going to talk about today, cyber transparency. So given the heightened attention around this topic, there is a lot of questions and expectations from investors, the government, clients, executives and business leaders, society in general. I'm going to bring to life some of those questions, but obviously off the back of that, we're seeing a raft of new regulation in this space around improving transparency. How can people understand their risk, and how do they improve visibility? So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Matt has already signposted some of the regulations that are coming along. A lot of these regulations focus on 2 things, transparency around incidents and reporting those, and building resilience. And one is improving risk management, right? Whether it's DORA, ICT risk management, whether it's the EU NIS2, and they want better assessment risks on critical assets. I thought what was interesting is Securities Exchange Commission, the US, as of December 2023, they went live with new cyber risk management disclosure rules. There's also some new cyber incident reporting disclosure rules. So that means every listed entity in the US is going to have to disclose every year as part of its financial reporting certain aspects of how good they are at managing their risk. The FRC, which is a similar body within the UK, is looking at doing the same, some consultation. And I'm sure that's going to sweep all over the world. So it's a hot topic. When you think about the board and their perspectives on this topic, they're on a journey. Historically, you can imagine a CISO presenting to the board once a year, once every 6 months. They go, that's interesting. Why is that metric red? Can we go green quicker, please? Those sorts of facile questions. Things have improved. We now have some metrics. So a lot of organizations are in the understanding space, but the CISO is still largely held responsible for this, right? But they're having to talk about, okay, here's some metrics I've managed to pull together, a lot of frantic behind-the-scenes data collection to demonstrate compliance. What we're starting to see, and I'd say the FS sector is ahead of most, we're starting to see some good governance. And what do I mean by good governance? It's about making well-informed choices, having a risk appetite that's meaningful, that risk appetite informing strategy. I think the point I want to get across here is there's a trend from reactive governance, where you're just challenging your CIO, your CISO on security, to actually embedding decision-making around security with all your strategic decisions. New products, new channels to market, outsourcing arrangements. All these things need to consider the risk, the cyber risk implications. I have a little example. It's a bit of a random one. It's a few years ago. One of my clients was one of the largest champagne distributors in the UK. 70% of their revenue came in the build-up to Christmas. We did an exercise to understand the kind of exposure they had to disruptive cyber attacks. And off the back of that, the chairman made a decision to change his whole supply chain operations. He used to stock up. He used to ship in the champagne last minute to keep storage costs down. He decided to bring it all forward because he knew that if he got a disruptive ransomware attack in the 6 weeks or 2 months before Christmas, he would lose 70% of his business. So that's, for me, an indication of the board taking a proactive decision around managing cyber risk. And I think that's the journey everyone wants to get to. There are very few organizations at the top, and it's hard to get there without good data. So we'll come on to that. The sorts of questions we want to ask are very simple. Getting the answers to them is not so simple. So, is our risk exposure within our appetite? Most appetite statements are pretty vague statements of like, we have no appetite for a breach. Not viable. How well are we securing ourselves? How real is the threat we face? We hear a lot of noise, we hear a lot of fear. How do we make it real? How exposed are we? How should we treat our risks? Got to spend money in the right way. How can we maximize our return on investment? I've seen some huge white elephant projects in the cyberspace. Don't deliver anything. And is our insurance coverage appropriate? So, when trying to answer these questions, there's a lot of reporting. And the reporting really is across multiple layers. And I think I just wanted to bring to life that everyone's got a role to play from the operational layer to the board. So the board really should be setting the appetite. How can it set a meaningful appetite? I'm going to come on to this if it doesn't have good data. Then you've got the lines of business, down to executives. It could be the CIO, COO, whoever, or different business lines. And they've really got to focus on making sure the controls are effective, so spending their money to do that, and that they're treating their risks appropriately. To do that, they rely on a whole bunch of data from the bottom, so a lot of the space that Matt operates in. We need that data around threats, around vulnerabilities, around incidents to really understand the exposure at an asset level. So think of it as asset level data, business unit and important business service level data, and there's the enterprise. And so it's really important that works in harmony. Now, in FS, there is 3 lines of defense. There is quite good rigor around this, but they've still got a lot of gaps. But then I do work in other sectors, and it's a little bit like the Wild West. So it's a journey. And talking about a journey, the ambition for every organization is to achieve the ability to make real-time decisions around risk. We talked about risk trade-offs. So this is all about hard data to support that. So we're seeing a lot of innovation in this space. So wouldn't it be great if you could get a dashboard, full situational awareness of your exposure and your potential value at risk or expected losses across all your businesses from these types of threats? Very interactive. That's great. The reality is it's not easy. And one of the challenges, there's a lot of snake oil salesmen in this space. It's an immature industry. It's a lot of, we've got this amazing tool that can do this for you. But a lot of organizations fall over at the first step, which is you've got to get the fundamentals right around what's your risk taxonomy. I'll give you classic examples. Like you might have one organization might just have a risk called cyber risk. Doesn't mean much. Or I have one client and they had a risk that says risk of malware. That's not a risk. It's a threat. Or risk of poor access control. That's not a risk. That's a control. What you want is to be able to articulate the risks you worry about in terms of business impact. It could be theft of data, fraud, business disruption. There are lots of examples. Safety considerations in the OT space. So you need to have a very clear taxonomy of the risks, how the threats map to them, and then the controls to mitigate those threats. It's quite a complex thing. There's nothing that's particularly off the shelf. You go to any like NIST, no one's got a full mapping of this. A lot of organizations need to pull this together. Now, we've invested a lot of time in pulling that together, but the reality is if you don't get that bit right, it's hard to do the rest because the risk model doesn't work. So you get your fundamentals, so you can answer some basic questions. You then really want to get to automating the reporting, because one of the great benefits of the cloud is with a click of a button, I can get a good view on the security posture of my cloud estate. Very difficult with legacy IT, so we'll come on to that at the end. There's a big challenge there. But automation is key. And there are a lot of tools out there that support this space, provided by the cloud security providers and boutiques. So that's a great place. What you want to get away from is the death by tick box checking, which we tend to see in the old ways. Like imagine, I have a lot of clients that used to assess or try to assess dozens, if not hundreds of suppliers using questionnaires and self-assessments. They stopped doing it. It's a waste of time. They might focus on their top 5 or 10 and then give up on the rest because it's just not giving the insight and value they need. So there is a massive amount of transformation and understanding risk. The next step is to quantify risk. This is really interesting. When I come on to this, there's a difference between there's qualitative risk analysis and there's quantified risk analysis. We're talking about probabilistic versus deterministic risk modeling. We'll come on to a little bit about that. We're not going to get into too much detail, but I just think that's a really important thing because it's only when you can quantify risk that you can start articulating things in a language that a board will understand and react to. And of course, at that point, you can have much more meaningful discussions around insurance when you're negotiating with your insurer that wants to up the premium and drop the cover limit, which happens all the time, especially with ransomware. And so you want to get to real-time decision-making. AI has a role to play here because I imagine within a few years, even 2 years even, a lot of executives will never need to read a report. They'll just ask a question. What do I need to worry about? What's my biggest risk? What control gives me the biggest bang for my buck, et cetera, et cetera. So natural language querying is going to be quite a feature in this space and in the very near future. I'm just going to rattle through a couple of examples to bring to life the difference between the kind of qualitative and quantitative risk management. Most organizations right now use a deterministic model, which is basically a good old risk heat map of a blob for each risk. The problem with that blob is that cyber attacks can have a range of impacts. And when you're setting appetites, you want to understand that range. With deterministic modeling, what are you going to model? Are you modeling the worst case scenario? The best case scenario? I don't know. It's a blob. So if you take ransomware as an example, yes, there have been a lot of high-profile breaches where it's fundamentally disrupted business operations. But for everyone like that, there's thousands of organizations have managed to contain it, and it's no news. So you have a range of impacts. You want to be able to set an appetite. I have one client, when they try to quantify the impacts of ransomware and the likelihoods, you have these nice little curves. All right? So you have the likelihood here. Is it a 1 in 1 year or a 1 in 1,000 year? And you do your modeling. That's probabilistic modeling. And you kind of say, well, my appetite is kind of, I don't want the 1 in 10 year event. And the key control that will help mitigate that are the controls that help mitigate lateral movement. So a lot of identity, privileged access controls, all those sorts of things, which Matt pointed out. So you can have much more informed discussions around where you put your investments and how much is enough. So that's just one example. So if you see, you probably might sit in a board and they'll go, the CISO says there's a relatively high risk of a data breach. Thank you very much. What do we do about that? Or you could say there's a 1% likelihood of suffering a breach next year with more than a $30 million impact. That's where we want to get to. There's a bit of a journey to get there. If I use another example around threats, which we were talking about previously, you have a view of threats, you map them to a kill chain, get a bit of insight around how a threat can propagate and your defense in depth controls, and you can say there's a relatively high likelihood of a successful ransomware attack given the current maturity of our controls. Okay, thank you. Or you could be saying the annual expected loss from a ransomware is $60 million, with 30% of those losses attributable to business disruption costs. Slightly different conversation. And the last one, controls. A lot of the reporting now to executives will say our controls are mostly established and well managed with some gaps, but we're largely in line with our industry peers. Although we do have some gaps where we need to improve. Okay, thank you. The problem with that type of reporting is if you're quite bad across the board, I've seen so many organizations do this death march. They call it the Road to 3 program. Is to try and get every control to at least a level 3 maturity out of 5. And they try and do it all at once. Very bad idea. It's a death march and you run out of steam. It's trying to do too much with very rare, scarce resource. What you might want to be asking yourselves is the relative contribution of each control in reducing your expected losses. So an example there, our data backup and recovery controls reduce our annual expected loss by $41 million, which is more than any other control. So that's the sort of journey in terms of reporting that organizations will go on. We'll get there. There are some challenges with modeling cyber risks. Because I said it is an immature industry, and I thought I'd call out 4 of them. The first one, we kind of already had a talk about, threats evolve very quickly. So it is not, you shouldn't just rely on historical data, you do need to rely on intelligence to think ahead. Some of the more mature organizations will actually assess and score things like geopolitical activity or signals that indicate kind of threat actor campaigns that might be coming. It could be campaign activity, reconnaissance activity, phishing activity, which could be a precursor to something. So trying to think a little bit ahead. The point is you need to pivot because static controls can become ineffective. I think we're seeing that with a lot of security operations centers in our clients, the traditional ones, which are very focused on IP addresses and traditional attacks. It's all about identity right now, and they haven't got very good identity monitoring controls. The second point, algorithmic inertia, this is actually there's a really good example of this. So the financial crisis in 2008, that's the best example I think of. Credit rating agencies had real problems appreciating the risks inherent in some of the more complex financial instruments. In particular, collateralized debt obligations, those structured products which were backed by subprime mortgages. We all saw what the risk models around that. Those rating these instruments AAA, but it was backed by junk. And we saw the impact of that. Governments had to bail out the global financial markets by about $500 billion. And there was a lot of post-mortem analysis of that. And the problem was around them not keeping the models up to date with the changing environment it's trying to mimic. And that same problem applies to other risks like cyber risks. So we have models, we create these cyber risk models, some clever stuff being produced, but you can sleepwalk into unacceptable risk exposure if you're not constantly reviewing and tuning and calibrating that model. And it's quite difficult if you have a CISO who has some expectations, you have a risk model over there that doesn't understand the subject matter and they're not talking the same language. It'd be quite hard. So it's going to be an interesting challenge that people are going to start feeling when they start quantifying. Third one, I talked about this already, deterministic modeling and setting meaningful appetite. It's very difficult. We need to get away from that as soon as possible. Ironically, it's harder to do that in FS than in other sectors, because in FS there are very entrenched practices around how to report risk using heat maps and enterprise risk management frameworks. Whereas I go and talk to some of my clients in the tech sector, much more liberty to change things for improvement, because you're not having to fight the 3 lines of defense to change a framework. So it's quite interesting, that. And then the last point is around trying to mine data swamps. There's huge amounts of data available in every organization because you've all got lots of clever tools and processes at producing data. But unfortunately, it's very siloed organizationally and functionally. I've got so many examples where I work with clients and we're trying to get data from someone and they don't want to give it. For various spurious reasons, it could be security reasons, it could be whatever. So bringing data together is a real challenge. So those are some of the challenges we will need to overcome. Don't read too much into this. It's just to try and explain that to effectively assess your risk, there is a complex tech ecosystem that you need to orchestrate. Whether it's all your security tools, your cloud tools, your risk management processes, a lot of stuff. People talk about, oh, do I use a GRC tool? Do I use a continuous controls monitor? What do I do? There's a lot of new tech coming out. The point is you need to understand there's a lot of stuff. You need to bring that data together. And I think that's going to be, if there's one skill people talk about in security, I need more data engineers. We need some risk engineers. That's what we're going to need. So the last point I want to make is that the ultimate goal is should not be to secure your organization, but to make your organization more securable. Because for a CISO with expanding digital ecosystems, it's a game of whack-a-mole. It's really difficult. So where you want to be, the problem with that journey is that I have clients where they have a lot of legacy IT, and they say, right, we need to do a cybersecurity transformation to improve our controls. And the cost just skyrockets, because I'm bolting control onto existing IT, and it's a never-ending story. And actually, it becomes unsustainable cost-wise. You know, cost of security as a percentage of IT starts creeping up to 30%. That's insane. You don't want to be there. So effective strategy for sustainable security is where IT is modernized and digital processes are simplified. If there's one thing I'd say about Google, they have very standardized processes. It makes it a lot easier to secure the organization, even though, whereas, and this isn't a criticism, it's a reality for everyone, but you know, even Microsoft can get breached because digital is such a complex attack surface to manage. If they can get breached, we can all get breached. So when you look at this journey, if you modernize your IT, you might get a spike in TCO as you're kind of juggling two environments, but eventually the cost will be more sustainable. And of course, the same story about risk appetite. As I said, it can feel like a game of whack-a-mole, but you will face a losing battle and you'll never achieve your risk posture within appetite unless you modernize your IT and simplify process. So that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Are you ready for some questions?
Yeah, sure.
Good. We have 3 of them. Which mitigating controls are most critical, in your opinion, to reduce the risk of data breach or cyber attack?
Yeah, I think I'll agree with Matt on this one. So definitely strong authentication, so MFA, definitely privileged access management. And in the context of ransomware and some others, some endpoint detection response controls would be very helpful.
Mm. Someone wants to know, is there any significant impact on security when using memory-safe programming languages such as Rust or non-memory-safe programming languages?
I'm going to have to read that one again.
Yeah, sure.
Short answer, not sure.
And I like this one. I'm curious if you, as a non-Swedish, can share your thoughts on how Sweden is doing in this area, since we heard you were you're a colleague from UK. So we're looking at Sweden.
Well, it's interesting. I came to Sweden three years ago or 4 years ago. I was on a bit of a roadshow meeting a number of PwC Sweden's biggest clients, you know, some banks and others, and listening to the conversations then, I have seen a big shift. So things like the whole intelligence sharing across industry that we heard from the Swedbank CISO, I mean, that wasn't happening particularly when I last came. It's been established practice in the UK for many years. Generally, there's a kind of the US is here, then the UK is like 2 years behind, and then Europe 6 months later. That's generally how I look at the world. But I'm seeing that being disrupted. So I listened to the talks this morning. I did see that there's been a lot of progress in that space. And there was that whole talk about MITRE ATT&CK, and you know, collaborating to work out the top TTPs. It's interesting, we've had data on top TTPs for the last 6 years in the UK, actually produced by some MSPs, like Red Canary. So I think it's a very valuable exercise, but it's just interesting seeing some of the things that are happening here. So it is definitely catching up.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you, Alex. You're coming back in a couple of minutes in the panel, but you can have a seat first. So we give Alex a hand first. And from one colleague to another, from Alex to Hannah. She's coming back now. She will be guiding us through this next panel discussion, how to build a digitally sustainable and ethical business considering privacy, cybersecurity with the use of new technology. And now you will get an applause, Hannah.
Thank you. So I'm just gonna, I have the biggest panel, I think, so I'm gonna move the chairs a bit so you all will fit in here. So Alex, please come back up. We already introduced you, so Alex will be part of this panel as well with the extremely long panel name title. And I would also like to welcome my other panelists. First, we have Evelina Antila. She's the managing partner at early stage venture capital fund Well Street. She's active in AI, tech, and business forums where she frequently speaks about AI investments, ethics, and policy matters. She was also previously part of building up the Nordic leading AI company Pelterion, and she has a background as an M&A lawyer, so it feels good with another lawyer here present. She's also the co-founder of legal tech company Justic and an advisor to AI Sweden, as well as holds board positions. So welcome, Evelina.
Thank
you. Corinne Hedlund-Nithén. She has a background as a privacy and data protection expert with previous experience as head of data protection education at ICA-gruppen, and she was the head of privacy at Fondia. She's now the head of legal and privacy at the privacy-focused hiring platform Jobilon, a company that actively uses their privacy efforts and their head of legal in their marketing campaigns, which is very interesting, I think. And finally, we have Nicolas Tervisha. He is from Canea Partner Group, and he has worked as a management consultant at Canea since 2007. His main areas of expertise include strategy work, management systems, auditing, process development, and business development. In assignments, he is usually the project manager, assignment manager, or expert, and he has a degree in civil engineering, and he has also completed that with an MBA. So I think we have a very good and strong panel here, so we can just give them a round of applause to begin with. I can talk about this topic at length, using privacy and security as a business advantage and also embedding ethics into business strategy. So I will try to keep us on time. But I'm going to start with you, Corinne. Jobilon use privacy as sort of a business advantage, competitive advantage when you talk externally. A lot of LinkedIn action on that. It's a very bold move to use legal compliance sort of in your marketing campaigns. What are your thoughts on that? Why have you chosen to embed this into your strategy? And also, is it working for you business-wise? Do you gain profits from doing so?
Yeah, of course. So I think, as we all can agree on, I mean, privacy is for everyone. Everybody has to work with privacy. So I think just early on, Jobilon realized, and kudos to our CEO, Aref, realized that, okay, so we're a tech platform. We work with a lot of data. We have to work with privacy compliance. And prioritizing privacy has really shown to build trust with our customers. So having that competence and in sales sourcing processes, being able to just answer questions properly, having done our homework and our groundwork has really enabled us to build trust. And what we've seen is that, I mean, everybody does it, but it's become our competitive advantage, that we're just very knowledgeable in this area.
Well, Evelina, building on that, you are an early stage tech investor. People come to you and pitch their ideas. Have you noticed that companies are using their security, privacy efforts as a business advantage, or do you ask questions about that? And is it something that's necessary, like Corinne said, to be able to answer in a proper way in order to secure an investment?
Yeah, I think we see it more. So as you mentioned, we're a super duper early tech investor. Typically, it's the founding team and an idea. So at this stage, we also have the possibility to have an impact also when it comes to using that as an advantage. But obviously, we invest then in tech companies, and what I've seen more and more is that you use that not only sort of in your sales pitch, but also early on building into it in your tech. And I think it makes sense, not at least from a regulation perspective. When it comes to investments, we as an investor, we're an Article 8 fund. We have an ESG framework to follow. Governance is a big part of that. So when we look into fintech companies, for example, which many of them handles privacy questions, for example. That is one of the key sort of assessments when we look at the case. But then it's also part of our work when we sort of work with the companies to make sure that they are on the right path. And it's all about building big companies and making them sort of investable for later stage investors.
And would you say that there's a difference between companies that are starting out now when it comes to talking about privacy, security, embedding these practices into their strategies compared to companies that's been around for a longer while, but also within the tech sphere?
Yeah, I mean, it's a broad question, and I guess, I mean, obviously there was a big shift when we had GDPR coming into our lives. Which I think is also interesting now that we have EU AI Act coming into our lives. And if you sort of embed that mindset early on, obviously you will have an advantage. And I think, I mean, what is also interesting with GDPR, because it's a regulation for EU, but I mean, it impacts the entire world. And I think we will see the same with AI Act. So for that sense, from that perspective, I think that companies based here might have this as an advantage as well.
And we heard before when Matt had his keynote speech that basically every organization in here is a target in some way or other when it comes to cyber threats. So Alex, building on Evelina's experience with tech startups, would you say that tech companies, innovation companies are more or less targeted? And if so, why?
Yeah, good question. Yes and no. I mean, the thing with threats is some are indiscriminate. So it's just about, do you have a vulnerability they can capitalize on? There might be specific targeting for espionage IP reasons. It kind of depends a little bit on the specific company, what they're doing. So I wouldn't say it's particularly one more than the other. It's kind of nuanced.
And since Nicholas, both you and Alex have experience of working very closely with board members, leaders, management in setting strategy, so we have a lot of CISOs, CTOs, DPOs here today that are trying to get these topics on the agenda and trying to get management on board and to build this into a more resilient strategy. What are your tips and tricks, if we start with you, Nicholas, on how to get traction internally from your boards and your management teams?
I can I can take an example from one customer that we work with. So typically, when you come in as a consultant, in some cases, management is all in and they understand everything and they have a good understanding of the threats and the risks, right? In some cases, not. So we had this case. It was a big management team, and I would say 8 out of 10 were not really aboard, right? But they had some regulatory requirements that they had to meet, but didn't really get the scope of the risks, etc. So what we did some simple physical entry testing. So we actually showed how easy it was to enter the building, and we did the usual thing. We took some computers, some phones, created some commotion. And by doing this was the kind of the tipping point. So you saw that, yeah, this is really a management issue. It's not something only for the IT department. Yeah, so that's an example.
Yeah.
But you have to prove it in practice, in real life, with some examples.
And Alex, what are your recommendations?
I can think of 3 things. One of them, when you talk about responding to a major crisis, often the issues aren't with the individual areas of response, it's the coordination of the response between them. So trying to run, and we've seen some more mature organizations run full end-to-end crisis exercise from the operations to the executive, and the challenges it brings to life around governance and coordination with the board. And it's like five-a-side football where all the kids follow the ball. That's a bad way to run a crisis, and it brings that to life when you do those sort of exercises. The other thing I would say is it's as much about personal reputation and brand as it is about the organisation. Most organisations will continue happily after an attack, but will the CIO or CEO still be enrolled? That's another matter. So that personal reputation risk is something that does trigger a few. But it's about articulating the value and the impact. I mean, I have one client They're a pensions administrator, and they're about to lose a $100 million a year contract with a major US bank because they couldn't demonstrate the right security. So I think the license to operate is a very big motivation. There's countless examples of that, especially if you do work with the government now. So, yeah.
And Corinne, you've managed as the head of legal in your organization to get this traction. And I mean, like you said, the company was built on this to begin with as well. But what are your experiences, and can you share some tips and tricks for getting privacy on the agenda?
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, one thing is quite clear. Like, I'm involved in all sales processes now. Privacy, we work with a lot of larger enterprises. And we've only seen that privacy matters and security matters are only growing in importance during these processes. The questions become more and more detailed. So, I mean, that's one part, just really seeing the business side of privacy. But then I also think the other side, just within a company, I think it's really important to, I mean, sometimes laws can be complicated. Lawyers can sometimes be seen as very working on their own, in their silos, and I think it's really important for us lawyers to embed ourselves in the business. Really understand the business's strategic goals so that you can align your work with those goals. And also just educating and talking about privacy in a way that every employee understands. Like, what do I actually have to do in my day-to-day work to make sure that the company is doing everything that it can with when it comes to privacy. So I think there are several parts. So you have the business side, you also have the lawyer that has to think about the business and have a business mindset, but then also making sure that all employees actually understand what they need to do in their day-to-day work.
And Evelina, when you think about the companies that you're working with, have you seen that there are more investments being made before they come to you and how they built their organizations in cybersecurity, in privacy compliance, and in the upcoming AI Act compliance as well? I'm thinking especially with tech companies that work heavily with AI or are built heavily on AI, especially generative AI.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, I mean, from the investor perspective, I mean, we are in the middle of an AI hype, but what is also really interesting is if you compare it with previous AI hypes, we actually see like real progress right now and companies actually getting real value out of it. Interesting though is that the AI adoption on enterprise level is still quite slow. But I think what we're starting to see right now, again from an investor perspective, is like an AI tech stack emerge, where you have the application layers, and then I'm talking about like if you're using a legal tech tool, for example, to review contracts, that's on the application layer. And then you have the model layer, which is basically OpenAI's models, GPT, or the open source models. And then you have the infrastructure layer, which is hardware, compute, clouds, etc. And I think there are, if you have that map, I think it's easier, or it's at least helpful, to sort of think about the risks around it, but also defensibility when it comes from an investor perspective, like where are the defensibility right now? We're in an era where basically the intelligence right now, the cost of intelligence is basically zero. Previously, that was a competitive edge, just having access to this technology. But right now, it's really hard to see where the value will be from an investor perspective, and also where the moats will be, because the application layer, the models that they are built on, it's the same as everyone else. It's trained on the same data. So that is one thing from an investor perspective right now, looking into these companies, just seeing where are they in this. And if we're looking at the winners right now, I would say it's the infrastructure layer. NVIDIA is a good example of that. Applications growing super, super fast, and they will have challenges coming right now with AI Act, obviously. And I mean, it's not that it's a lawless landscape. We have GDPR, we have copyright laws, but there will be an extra layer, which will mean more transparency, more reporting, more governance. And for startups, I think that could be quite burdensome because they don't have the resources. The big enterprise will have that, and which will entail that the business model might not look at as the pitch deck is right now. So I think it's really exciting times. I think it's really important to be humble and understand that we're learning the rules right now. There's a lot of like AI experts out there, and I mean there are real AI experts, but it's also a lot of opinions right now. And I think we should be humble and sort of see where this will go. Sorry, it was a very long answer to a short question, which could have been more straight to the point, but it's not easy.
No, it's not easy. I'm building on that with digital sustainability in mind. When you build your when you develop your tech and you build that on, for example, generative AI, ChatGPT, OpenAI models that we have seen now, they are in a bit of a pickle, especially copyright-wise and with AI Act, transparency.
I mean, the OpenAI CTO not being able to sort of answer a simple question as like, what data have you trained your models on?
Yeah,
that
exactly.
tells you something, yeah.
So that's going to be a problem, obviously. And from an ethical standpoint, how would you tackle that with, if you work with a company, for example, Nicholas, who are big on tech, heavy on tech, and have implemented these solutions, which I think a lot of people were very eager to do, using generative AI very quickly when it was available, maybe not thinking before, and then they come to you and say, well, what should we do now? How are we going to make this transparent and ethical and digitally sustainable?
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't say we work exactly with those types of companies. I think we work more at the mid-layer, mid-sized companies, smaller companies, and most of these companies, they don't really know where AI is going. So what we can help them with is to incorporate some things in their risk assessments and in their strategy work to see how can they benefit from AI and what could the potential risks be. So, but those are the general, the commonly, the common knowledge that we have now. That, for example, there are risks with managing personal identifiable information, surveillance issues, and things like that. So, but for most companies that we work with, it's more used to try to stay more or less informed.
And Alex, coming from the more technical point of view, with your experience, with all the new legislation that we've seen, especially on an EU level lately, that try to regulate tech, like the AI Act and GDPR, for example, do you feel like they are giving the appropriate, is it the appropriate framework to give, or are you lacking maybe some understanding from the legislators in how things actually work in practice?
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Some regulatory regimes set a clear mandate, but no guidance on how. The US is quite good at that. It relies on the industry then to work out how to make it a reality, like the software bill of materials and zero trust stuff that came out a couple of years ago. Some regimes are very precise on the how, like in Singapore, you got to do this, this, and this. I think with AI, it's going to have to be a bit principles-based, because no idea what AI is going to look like. I mean, we're trying to look at how to embrace AI within PwC, and it's a nightmare around everything from data governance to API gateways to chain GPT models. But the bit I worry about most, and I guess I don't think the regulators are going to think about that yet, is the Turing trap, which is obviously the Turing test is, can an AI emulate a human? The hardest corporate strategy for us to execute is one where we're using AI to emulate humans rather than AI to augment humans. So we've been trying to be quite precise on how we use AI, but a lot of the solutions that are coming out there is really to also try and emulate. And I think those are the sort of I'm more concerned about the societal risks or the impact to our workforce right now. But the tech's, I think whatever the regulation is now is going to have to be quite agile.
And I mean, it's happening. We saw that Klarna, I mean, they replaced 700 workers with AI. And I mean, we saw the strikes in Hollywood like a year ago. I think we will see more of that. So I think what's sort of lacking right now is a visionary leadership coming from the politics also. I think we need to cooperate, and I mean, I think also, I mean, looking back historically, typically revolutions like this create new kind of jobs. So it's more about like upskilling and reskilling.
And Corinne, from your perspective, have you noticed, because you've been a consultant before, worked with a lot of different organizations, have you noticed a shift when it comes to thinking about ethics as well, not just compliance?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're talking about that within Jobylon as well, like responsible AI and how fast are you going to move. And I think everybody, not only like the larger enterprises with like the spotlight on, is thinking about these questions. You're actually looking at it when you're a smaller enterprise as well, or mid-size. But it is interesting. I mean, I'm just thinking about, even from our perspective and all of our clients, they all have different perspectives on this as well. Some people want to move really fast and use all the technology that's out there, and other enterprises really want to take it slow and make sure that they have everything in place before they start utilizing these new tools. So it's diverse.
So we have a lot of new tools and new technology to work with, and then alongside that we have a lot of new legislations and frameworks. Nicholas, I can imagine that when you are talking to management teams and board members, that they feel like, well, we have the ISO standards, and then we have the GDPR, and then we have all the cybersecurity regulations. Is there a good way on how to integrate all the work that you're doing on the different risks? Because I can imagine that you feel like you're a bit overwhelmed with regulation.
Yeah, the way we put it to our customers is, use a framework like ISO 27001 as a broad framework. And that framework actually accommodates for a lot of different things. So it's required, for example, to have a good understanding of laws, regulations. Be on top of that. There are many supplementary standards you can use for different areas, cloud services, data privacy, etc. So that's typically what we say. Use the ISO frameworks as a baseline. They don't cover everything, they don't have everything, but on the other hand, they don't tell you exactly how to do it. So it's up to each company or each organization. But you do get the framework, and you do get a systematic way of working, for example, with risks or threat intelligence, etc. So that's what we say. You have to start somewhere.
Yeah. But I think it's important to have sort of two minds two thoughts at the same time when you sort of approach AI. Obviously, be aware of the risks, but I think the problem right now, what I'm worried about when it comes to Europe, is that we're lagging behind, and the development is happening in Silicon Valley, and it's basically like 5 companies that is building the future for us. So I'm more worried about us being behind, not at least from a democracy perspective. And that's why I think it's 2 things I want to sort of send with the audience here. And it's like, I think AI should be on every board's top priority. If not number 1, it should be number 2. Both like organizational wise and sort of making the business more effective and productive, but also to sort of staying competitive and to sort of have a plan. That plan will definitely not work, but at least it's a plan, and then you can iterate on it. Because I mean, we couldn't see that ChatGPT would happen like 6 months before it happened. And the second thing I want to also send from today is AI problem fit, because not every problem warrants AI to use that. So if you are excited to get started, do this sort of mapping out of what problems could AI sort of have an impact on and help out. Because, and mainly that's my investor sort of glasses. There's a lot of AI companies out there. They're popping up like mushrooms. But when you sort of scratch on the surface, it's not necessarily a problem that they are solving. And I mean, when it comes to building successful companies, it's about the problem, solving it, and making it fast.
Yeah, and Alex, when you work with your clients that are starting to work with AI or developing AI or buying in tech from other companies, what security risks do you see with that, and what advice would you give, especially if you're a buyer and if you're going to implement technology, software as a service, for example, with new technologies such as generative AI, for example?
Well, there are some useful frameworks like that. I think MITRE has one. PwC has one, and it's to consider the threats and the controls, you know, because whether it's poisoning large language models, whether it's around data leakage, and I think just using that as a guidance. Now, the controls to mitigate them might be quite hard at this stage, but at least you know the direction you need to go in and think about it in a considered way. So I think that's probably the one, at this stage in the journey, that's what I'd say. I'm sure there's lots of products claiming to, like, you know, I've heard of web application firewalls to protect against AI data leakage, but, you know, I don't know. I've never played with any of them. And I don't think most of our clients have. So but using that framework as a way to guide decision making is quite helpful.
So a question for all of you, and we can start with Nicholas and move forward. Do you think we will see companies and organizations being more eager to invest in competence and in hardware, software, and in advisors when it comes to privacy and cybersecurity moving forward, that they will see that this is a more valuable investment to do before the fact?
Yeah, definitely. We see that from an anecdotal point of view. We don't have all the statistics, but at least, I mean, the services, the humble services that we offer, like, for example, certifying against different ISO standards, etc., that's definitely on the rise. So yeah, definitely. And also, I mean, legal services as well. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I can only agree. I mean, I've only seen on LinkedIn that, you know, just a couple of years back, it wasn't as usual to look for privacy specialists, privacy counsels. We're building privacy teams. Maybe not always part of the legal team, sometimes part of the cybersecurity team. But so a big shift in the last couple of years, and I think the same with cybersecurity. These matters are only growing in relevance, so I don't see that. I definitely see the need.
I'll just pick up on that. One of the challenges I see with our organisation and most of my clients is that they might have a good understanding of privacy requirements, but there's a real gap around privacy engineering. So how do you implement privacy controls within your technology estate in an cost-effective manner? I don't know how many times I had questions for clients saying, I've got this cloud thing here, what should I do for privacy? What should I encrypt, anonymize, obfuscate? How should I do it? And it's just actually, there's a real lack of skills in privacy engineering right now.
Yeah, and I mean, in the venture capital world, there are several reasons why cyber security, cyber tech, defense tech is really, really hot right now, because there's a big need out there. And startups see the potential to sort of innovate much faster than big corporates can do it.
So do you think startups will be more of part of the solution to protect, to use tech to protect?
Yeah, but I think, the best way would be cooperation, sort of a big enterprise, big corp working more closely with startups, because startups have the opportunity to sort of fail fast, innovate fast, and enterprises, I mean, for good reasons, have their processes, which sometimes can be a bit burdensome if you want to innovate internally. Then it can be easier to do like an acqui-hire, for example, or buy software and systems from the outside.
It's quite interesting. I've sat on a few board meetings where they have a digital NED. Typically comes from a dynamic tech company, and they generally don't last more than a year because they get frustrated because they're like, well, just go and fix it. Someone's presented a problem, and of course it doesn't happen for various reasons. They're like, I'm not vibing with this culture here. It's not working for me. So I think that sort of digital NEDs from innovative tech companies, it's been a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it's called like complex sales tech.
Yeah.
Or complex sales.
So to round off, I will end with Corinne as well. since you guys are using privacy as a competitive advantage, and we've seen companies also starting to use their cybersecurity efforts as a competitive advantage, I think we saw that even before. Do you think more companies will follow suit in doing what you do? Maybe not putting their head of legal in their like YouTube videos, unless their head of legal wants to. But do you think that this will be something we see more regularly? Because I noticed what you guys were doing, and I thought it was a bit something that stood out to me on my LinkedIn feed. But do you think more companies will see the value of using it as a competitive advantage?
I think at least today, maybe somebody's gotten some inspiration to do so, because I really think that it works. And I really, sometimes people like to put compliance and business growth against each other. But I think that if you really can manage to put them together, to align them, then that's the way forward. So I really hope so. I hope that it's the direction that we're going.
Well, thank you so much, all of you. Very happy to have you here. And I will bring Måns back up.
Yeah, but you're staying, but we can give them an applause. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can take a seat. We have one topic left, one thing more that's going to happen before we go out to have a break, a coffee, and then a game of threats.
Yeah, so should we remind everybody about the game of threats, maybe?
You do that while we're waiting for Magnus to get the microphone.
So we will play game of threats after this. We will let you grab some coffee, take a bit of a bathroom break, and then we will head over there into the room next to us to play the game of threats. And while we are playing, we also will have some mingling and some drinks and snacks.
But before that, you've been sitting here, Magnus, in the front row, just like last year, taking notes. Yeah. So will you manage to go through them in 5-6 minutes?
56 minutes.
56 minutes, no. No, but we want to hear your thoughts now. I mean, key takeaways, what do you see, what do you hear?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where to start. Maybe I'll start with the end comment that I think was really good here. That it's kind of humbling to listen to all this, what's going on and what's happening here. There's so many facets to cybersecurity and privacy, and the more I learn and the more I understand, the less I kind of think that can we actually solve this? And then I get this feeling when I listen to all these speakers and everything we talk about that this is a team effort, and we're talking about it and we're sharing about it, and then the confidence roll back in a little bit. So I think that all these topics that we talked about today around Alexander and the privacy around AI, super important, fascinating how AIs are coming to their conclusion and what happens now if we poison the AI. So I'm going to start thinking a little bit around that, of course. And hearing Engla and Anna talking about legal stuff being more fluent. I don't know what's going to happen around that, but again, bringing that into the last panel's discussion, that it has to be more fluent, it has to be more business-oriented. I think that's really, really interesting. And then we heard the word risk so many times today. And, risk, what is that? Well, it's a problem with the story, right? I think that's really good. And the magic, I think, happens in that story, in those conversations we have with everyone in the business here. So when we're talking about this problem and trying to articulate what we're trying to solve, and why, and quantifying it, as Alex talked about here, that's where the magic actually happens. And we're trying to get that understanding between us and the person or the people or the organization we're talking about. I've heard so many security execs or CISOs saying, it's just about getting that right attention. If you have too little, you're going to struggle. If you have too much, you are going to struggle in that as well. So when you find that balance and have that talk, and you talk the same language, and that happens when you interact. So we do that as a team. We talk about privacy, we talk about security, we build in the privacy in the product and services and what we do. And we do the same thing with the cyber and risk questions. Then it's just going to probably be a much easier journey, I think, moving forward. And I'm really humbled here because this event just blew up, basically. We're full here, and we have people in Gothenburg now and in Malmö. We're doing this at the same time, and the interest is enormous. So I just want to basically say, thank you to everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for helping us and sharing all these stories and bringing all these topics together. That's my short reflection.
Yeah. Do you have anything, Hannah? Or
And I do have an answer to the question about the programming languages. Yeah, if you do machine coding, yeah, you need to be really, really careful about the memory management because you will get buffer overrun. Rust is much better.
Okay, thank you.
We have been talking a lot about cyber and privacy together. And like you said, our teams work very closely here at PwC. So what are your tips to integrate these two capabilities and build a strong, united team in companies?
In the end, it's all about relationships, right? I mean, I'm constantly looking and talking and trying to get better understanding of what the legal aspects of things are, because as we always say, you know, you can have privacy without security, but you can have security without privacy. Sounds a little bit boring, but it's kind of a fact, right? We have to do this together. We have to be able to protect the information, understand where it is. And with the AI era, or if I may call it that, we're going to do this whole data thing again. Where is it? Who owns it? What can we do about it? How are we going to move it? Can we get it back from that storage we had it? All these topics are going to flow up again, and it's going to be necessary for us to keep talking about how we are going to solve these issues so the business can continue and be resilient.
One last very important question, Magnus, that we want to ask you, because our calendars are really filling up. And we want to know, what date is Cyber and Privacy Day 2025? Because me and Hannah, we would love to come back. So, and remember, we're recording this now as well. So, what date?
So I did a raise of hand last year. Do you think we should have one the next year as well? Raise your hand here. Oh, gosh. Okay, we were 1 week off last year. Let's do it the same time last year then.
So March 2025, we will meet again then.
I think that sounds like an excellent idea.
Yeah, okay, yeah, great. Thank you so much, Magnus, and thank you to everybody in here and everybody on link in Malmö, Gothenburg. And I hope to see you at the Mingle and hopefully see you next year. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
thank you, guys.
Kan vi inte ta en bild, vi tre? Kom.